Good morning, everyone. If we could settle down a minute, let's get started here. Good morning. I want to welcome you all to the first annual Lowcountry Regional Public Works Training Conference being put on by the Lowcountry branch of the American Public Works Association and the Beaufort Regional Civil Engineers Club with some much appreciated help from Beaufort County. This morning, I'm Mark Johnson. I will be, throughout the day, getting up here and introducing our speakers and things like that. I am the immediate past president of the Lowcountry branch of the APWA. Thank you. And one of the goals I had when I was president was to start these smaller regional conferences to get some of our folks in the smaller communities together, and I'm glad we finally have that happening. Some housekeeping things. Bathrooms are out in the hallway, and there's 2 sets here and then 2 sets in front of the other gymnasium. We will be having lunch in here, and if you haven't grabbed some breakfast, please do. Otherwise, I have to take it home, and I don't want to do that. Lunch will be Jim and Nick's barbecue, which I have not had yet down here, but I hear it's pretty good. And if anybody needs anything, just grab myself or one of the other people who looks confused. We're the ones who are putting it on. Without further ado, I want to welcome our opening speakers, Mr. Russ Cornett, who is the Public Works Director for Berkeley County and this year's current Lowcountry branch president, and also Mr. Michael Moore, who is the new Beaufort County Administrator, and they will welcome us and get us started, after which we will go into our sessions, roadways in here, stormwaters in classroom 2, and environmental in number 1. Gentlemen.
Thank you, Mark. So Mark asked me to speak at this thing today. Can y'all hear me? I agreed, so like I usually do, I'm delaying putting this thing together, so I'm talking to a friend of mine, Ken Nagel, this week. So Ken, what am I going to talk about? So talk about yourself. How'd you get in APWA? How'd you get in public work? So tell a little bit of that story. But first, I want to congratulate Beaufort County, Beaufort CE Club for putting this thing together. Seems like the Lowcountry branch of APWA's mantra this year is playing something during a storm, and here we are during a storm. So, Our last regular meeting was canceled because of Tropical Storm Debbie a couple months ago. But great event. Thanks for putting it together. It's great to collaborate with other organizations like CE Club and APWA. I also want to thank our sponsors. They're all out there, so go visit them when they're in the breaks today. And thanks to the presenters that are presenting today as well. A little bit of story about how I got involved with the public sector of Public Works and APWA. Back in 1994, I got out of the Navy, discharged that fall, and began school in '95 at Trident Tech, pursuing a degree in civil engineering. At the time, I was working for a local surveying company, Davis & Floyd, doing surveying work for Davis & Floyd, going to school at night. That was rough for a couple of years. So saw this ad in the paper for a technician position at the city of Charleston. So I submitted for it and got an interview with Tom O'Brien at the city. If you know Tom, he's been there about 40-something years now. They hired me, and I got my first taste of public work. They really engaged me and invested in me. They gave me a job, gave me a job to do, project management job. My first project was the Stocker Drive realignment. If you're familiar with that job, it happened back in the late 90s, but that was my first job. I got to survey it, got to draw it up, put together plans, get it permitted, and see it through construction. So that was my first taste of infancy to fruition of a project. It was pretty awesome to see. While at the city, I got to work my first hurricane, Hurricane Floyd in '99. Remember that? That was a kind of a state fiasco with the lane reversals didn't occur, but I got to get on the debris side and help pick up the debris after the fact. That was a lot of fun. And they didn't have a position for an engineer at the time, so started applying for jobs. And I got a call one day. I came home, there's a message on my answering machine for an interview. This guy wants me to meet him at a sports bar on Montague Avenue across from the Coliseum to interview. So, sure, why not? So I drove down there, and who do I meet but Mr. Ken Nagel? So meet this guy, I never met him before, and at a sports bar for an interview. So do I have a beer? Don't have a beer. I don't know what to do. So I don't know what I did. Anyway, Ken offered me the job. Went to work for Dames and Moore, doing some site work, and he got bought for the town engineer position there. Got that position for the town engineer position there. Got that position, and while I was there, I met Doug Tompkins, Danny Thrower. They were Dorchester County, and they invited me to the Public Works Conference in Myrtle Beach that following year. So I registered, joined APWA, went to the conference, and that was my first taste of APWA in 2006 at the Myrtle Beach Conference. It's been great since then. I learned a lot, met a lot of great people along the way. So that's kind of my story, but I'll invite, kind of going back to the beginning, these people, Tom O'Brien, Ken Nagel, invested in somebody like me, give them a shot. I didn't know what I was doing, didn't know anything about anything, but they gave me a shot. They entrusted me to do what they gave me to do, and we got it done. So thank you. I don't know if City Charleston's here. They're not here today, but just, if you see a young person, give them a shot. They'll surprise you. But that's my story. Again, Mark, thanks for having me speak today, and hope you guys have a great conference today.
Prior to that, I was up in the north part of the state, York County, for 3.5 years, where I ran the Public Works Department there, Engineering and Parks and Recreation Departments. Enjoyed that, but this opportunity came up, and beautiful county, had some extended family here, so it worked out to come here to Beaufort County. Prior to that, Navy veteran of 30 years, installation commanding officer for 4 years, and region chief of staff, 4 to 6 years, all in total. That's where I kind of got into where I am today. Prior to that, I'd flown helicopters for about 17 years. You kind of take for granted the facilities, and then after that, got selected for major command, got to command a base in Greece. Very difficult duty, Suda Bay, if you've ever been there. Great place to live. But worked with the staff there, got to run a number of projects with the local nationals. We expanded an apron there at the airfield to accommodate more large aircraft, and did some road projects and other things. So when I was transitioning out of the Navy, I went through the Skill Bridge program and the Veterans Local Government Management Fellowship, which got me in my position in York County and got me here today. So I'm grateful for that, and I'm very appreciative of what you all do here to support the citizens. If you talk to elected officials, one of the first things they'll say after the storm, Public Works, who they calling? I need debris removed, I need stormwater cleaned out, and you all do that work, and I'm grateful for it and appreciative. I think you got a good program today. I noticed there's 3 different tracks: roadway, stormwater, environmental, so hopefully you'll get a lot out of this. It is the first conference, so hopefully this will be the first of many, and hopefully we can continue to host them here at Beaufort County. I would like to thank the sponsors, the Beaufort Regional Civil Engineers Club and the Lowcountry branch of the South Carolina chapter of American Public Works Association, and in cooperation with Beaufort County Public Works. So I'd like to thank Mark, and I think Pamela, Cobb, wherever you are. Y'all did a lot of the heavy lifting here, so round of applause for setting this all up. And that, I think I'll turn it back over to you, Mark, for a conference. So I hope you all have a great day and get a lot out of this. And I think we'll be able to get some feedback to you in terms of what you like and what you'd like to see more of and that kind of thing for going forward. So thanks, Mark.
Thank you, Russ. Thank you, Michael. Okay, now we're going to start our breakout sessions. We're a little bit early on the 9:30, so please spend some time with our vendors and sponsors. They've made a great effort to come out and show off what they do and what they have to offer, and so let's spend some time with them. And remember, environmental is in classroom 1, stormwater is in 2, roadway is in here, and at 11:30 we will all gather back in here for a panel discussion and lunch. Okay? So with that, dismissed.
Hi. Did you like the way the video turned out?
Yes. Where the must has to be, and do I have hooked up for my computer?
Well, I don't know.
Mr. Marches.
This is roadway in here. I would think you're in stormwater. Stormwater is in one of the classrooms over there. We have computers there for you.
Thumb drive will work.
Yes.
Do you know where the classrooms are?
Follow
business. He's got 24 years of pavement preservation experience. Please welcome Tim. Where are you, Tim? There he is. He's hiding.
All right, good morning, guys. I'm not one for speaking in microphones, but so I'm recorded. I'm told I have to speak at the microphone. But anyways, good to be here. Thank you to Brian, Bauer, Rusty, and the Beaufort County guys for having me in to speak about pavement preservation. And hopefully we'll get it in here in about an hour. And we're going to cover a gamut of things from state work, localized work, but the way that this presentation is formatted is around a pavement management system. So we have some engineering firms in the house that create these pavement management systems. And so what is done at which interval is important to know, and we're going to talk about that today. I work for Slurry Pavers. We're based out of Richmond, Virginia. Whitehurst Paving is based out of Dunn, North Carolina. That's our chip seal firm that has done some work for Mr. Gordon, doing some chip seal and fog sealing, but we all fall underneath the Slurry Pavers umbrella. So we cover basically West Virginia down to Savannah. That's our footprint. Come on. Okay, so basically what are we fighting? Currently, we're fighting asphalt prices. I was just talking over here, you know, where do we see asphalt prices next year? I really think that they're going to be about the same, and it's still pretty high. So if you look at year 2020 at this time of the year, it was about $420 a liquid ton of asphalt. It peaked around $760, even, you know, went up around $800 a liquid ton, and has come back down to about $600 in that neck of the woods, low 600s. So it's still 40 to 50% higher than we were 4 years ago. So have our budgets increased to accommodate these changes, to these increases? Most people say no. So how do we combat that? And that's the idea of working with preservation, right? So we can do more with less, cover more miles with the same amount of money, and get our PCR numbers higher. So that graph there, it just basically shows the trend of asphalt prices and how they've increased. And that was put out by the FHWA. Kind of hokey here, but just to equate or create an analogy of preservation, we all went decent teeth, so what do? We go to the dentist, right? We want a nice car, so we change the oil in it. We don't wait for the engine to fail and buy a new car, right? We want a nice lawn, we fertilize it, we water it. No problem with water today. But if we don't do preservation, what do we end up with? A mouthful of gnarly teeth, a car that breaks down, and a lawn that is infested or diseased. So same thing with roads. If you don't do the little things along the way to get you as much service life as possible, you know, you're going to be spending a lot up front for not a lot of life. And we can't afford to do that in our current economic condition. Like I said, I work with Slurry Pavers, but we are governed by a couple associations, some local, some national. So the top left-hand corner, the NCPP, is the National Center for Pavement Preservation. They're based out of Michigan State University, and we are creating a South Carolina Pavement Preservation Council, of which will be some local agencies, engineering firms, suppliers, and academia. We are going to function under the jurisdiction of the NCPP and look to them for guidance in moving preservation forward in the state of South Carolina. A subset of the NCPP is the Southeast region, which our last conference was in Arkansas. And so that's just a lot of good resources for you to reach out to if you're interested in knowing more about preservation. And then ISSA, which is the International Slurry Surface Association. That's based out of Chicago, and that's more of a global association as far as preservation is concerned. So I'm not coming to you as a mom and pop operator or company. We are part of many organizations, both local, national, and global, that justify and have good examples of how preservation works for every level of governmental agency. And then lastly, in the bottom right is a website that you guys can go to and play around with if you have interest, and it's called roadresource.org. And basically within that site, you have, once you obtain your rating numbers, right, you can go in, you can play around and figure out what tool would work best for you based on that rating number. So in the end, if you can follow me on the graph on the television, that you can see in very light gray, you're starting up at A or about 100, and that falls down in 11 years, and it's basically in a condition that it now needs milled and filled, right? We're going to do a mill and fill, which is very expensive, and it goes back up to 100. And we do that 4 consecutive times, and that equates to somewhere, and these numbers are a bit antiquated, but those 4 mill and fills are a little over $200 million. If we do the same amount of time and strive for the same amount of time, we do the different processes related to preservation as far as doing asphalt rejuvenator, crack seal, microservicing, all of which we're going to talk about today, and obtain the same amount of years, that 44 years, we spent only $80 million. So you can see a great cost difference and cost benefit to utilizing maintenance and achieving the same amount of years. I wouldn't call it a downfall, but as far as the idea of pavement preservation, it is a challenge sometimes to know what to do. There's so many tools in the toolbox, right? You have a lot of vendors knocking on your door, wanting to sell this, wanting to sell that. But what we're really going to talk about are the items in blue that are, I say 95% of them have a specification with the SCDOT. So we're going to review those in blue, and then why the structural overlay is highlighted in red is because it is not maintenance. When you start to acquire true structural numbers, it's at 2 inches and above. So that is not categorically considered pavement preservation. Anything less than 2 inches is. Like I said, most of what we're going to talk about is governed or spec'd through the SCDOT. I just got word yesterday that they're putting out a new spec book in 25, so it's going to get, we have our supplemental specs, but the new spec book is finally being updated from 2007. So like I said at the onset, we have a very rudimentary pavement management system here, right? So we have roads that are sorted best to worst, best in the green, worst in the red, and everything in between. Off to the left in the top hand column in yellow, we have the different processes that are applicable within those certain ratings. And so we're going to break down this pavement condition rating system here and decide what to do and what it's all about. So we're going to take the top end of it, right? We're in the better roads, if you will, 100 down to maybe 85. And so we have, there was supposed to be another speaker here, Ken Holton from Pavement Technology. He is at another conference in South Dakota, and he could not be here, but his particular product is asphalt rejuvenator, and you would do that at this particular junction. But besides that, we have crack seal, and we're going to talk about crack seal very, very quickly here. So basically, this is what you're looking for crack seal. You want to have what they call an overband, and really it's a 5-inch disc that puts down a 4-inch bandwidth. You're penetrating with a pressure-fed material into that void, and you're putting a bandwidth of 2 inches on either side of that crack. That is truly what we call a overband crack seal. So we have the individual who's putting the crack seal down, and then we have a V-shaped squeegee right behind it, striking it off as thin as possible on top of the asphalt. Why you want that? One, the contractor's being paid by the pound, and you want to make sure that you're putting down the right amount of pounds, the least amount of pounds, but addressing all of the cracks. Two, if it's going to be a predecessor to a overlay, like a microsurfacing, you want that as thin as possible because your microsurfacing is only going to be about 3/8 of an inch thick. So you want that crack seal as thin as possible, and that's what that squeegee does. These are good crack seal candidates. So when I come out and look at roads for y'all, I say this is going to take maybe 0.2 pounds per square yard, 1/4 pound per square yard. So if you have 100,000 square yards and it takes 1/4 pound per square yard, you're looking at 25,000 pounds. It's that simple. So we price that out and kind of go from there. But once you start to go above 0.3, up to 0.4, you're really probably looking at putting down a chip seal rather than a crack seal, because there's just too many cracks, and we'll get into cape seals later. But this is either as a standalone crack seal or a preparatory process before a microsurfacing. And actually, we're going to talk about chip seal today too, so it's kind of in vogue right now to do crack sealing before chip seal. And taking care of the big working cracks. So when the first mirror of distress comes through a chip seal, it's on those big working cracks. So crack sealing those prior to is a very good practice. These are not good candidates, right? So where we have a lot of failure, a lot of block cracking, a lot of pavement moving. If we have a lot of surface distress, thermal cracking from the top down, and it's alligatored, probably not a good idea. You're going to be putting down more crack seal than you need to. So this on the left, I would probably chip seal. The middle picture, I would cut out and replace with asphalt. And then the picture on the right, I would mill and fill with asphalt. So you just have to know what you're dealing with and what kind of distress you have. Crack seal operation, very simply, top left-hand corner, guy blowing out the sand or the debris. Prior to this, we like to see some herbicide control, go down and kill the weeds, kill the grass, and then the crack sealers will come in and eradicate that dead vegetation out of the crack, blow it out, and then seal. Top right-hand picture, dual person on the back, working crown to edge and then crown to edge. Bottom left is just an aerial view of the crack seal operation. Either, depending upon the size of the job, if it's local, if it's state, we're going to have a water truck or a detackifying agent sprayed on top of the crack seal so we can move that zone as quickly as possible and get traffic on it so it cools it down, and that detackifying agent doesn't allow that crack seal to stick to the tires. And so that's the picture on the bottom right. Daily quantities, like I said already, 2 to 3/10 pound. They're going to put down 5,000 to 7,000 pounds a day. This is what these guys do every day. A lot of agencies want to do this in-house, and it proves to be not real successful because they're pulled off to do a different job. They never get it done. It's done where there's too much crack seal, et cetera, et cetera. But these guys can cover, 15 to 20,000 square yards a day, which equates to maybe 1.5 miles, 2 miles of area per day. Bottom right picture is fiber that we blend in if we're using a liquid crack seal, or it comes in block form with the crack seal already, and that's in the form of polyester or polypropylene, and that really allows the crack seal to withstand plows, trucks, traffic, and provide longer life with the utilization of polyester, which I do recommend in any crack seal. Best areas, excuse me, best areas to consider crack sealing. At the gutter pan where it's concrete, or at the curb. Asphalt and concrete, they get along like brother and sister that's fighting, right? They're trying to get apart from one another. So you put a bead of crack sealant at that gutter pan that preserves that concrete from deteriorating from water infiltration. Anytime we do an asphalt repair, you want to take that circumference or that perimeter of that asphalt repair and put a bead of crack sealant, because you've created that crack, right? So you want to seal that void off that you've just replaced. And then I'm a big proponent of, and got the state of West Virginia on the state level doing it, but when they put down new asphalt and you have that cold joint, to put a bead of crack sealant right on that brand new cold joint, it helps that from pulling apart as much as it would without the crack seal. So just a good practice for not a lot of investment. Crack seal preparation, what went wrong here? What did they not do? Didn't blow it out. Looks like it's damp underneath. Didn't get good adhesion. So that picture of the individual, using that pressurized air was not done in this instance, and the result was as such. This is a picture of a city up in North Carolina that asked me to go look at this subdivision for for microsurfacing, and they wanted to know if this was a good candidate. Long story short, my answer was no. Those cracks are like tennis court crack depth, where you could stick your hand in it down to your second knuckle, and those cracks would have a tendency to mirror back through. And what they had done on a proactive, in their mind, basis was to put crack sealant on top of it, and it fell down into it, and it created bumps even higher on either side of that crack. So it really took it out of contention for a good microsurfacing candidate. By having cracks like this and actually trying to put microsurfacing on top of it, you end up with something like this. Is it acceptable? You've sealed everything in between the cracks. That's preservation, but the aestheticness of the crack itself, where it's cracked at the apex on either side, not very kosher. So we kind of shy away from these types of distresses when looking at roads for maintenance candidates. Ohio did a study on crack seal, chip seal, and microsurfacing, and 110-page report on crack seal got boiled down to these bullet points. They found that by doing crack seal on your 0 to 100 scale, that crack seal increases your PCR rating 2 to 7 points, on average around 4. The maximum performance is 66 to 80. South Carolina roads decrease on their point value 3 to 6 points a year, weather, traffic, etc., aging process. But so if crack sealing increases 2 to 7 points and roads are decreasing 3 to 6 points, aren't they basically washing each other out as far as numbers? So that is the idea of preservation. And then lastly, their conclusion was that they found by crack sealing at the right time within these limits, it noticed an increase of pavement service life by 3 to 5 years without doing anything else to the road. So crack seal, honestly, I get it. You don't like the black squiggly lines. Our residents won't like it. I get it. But it's for the money, probably one of the best things you can do for your pavements. All right, so we're going on down that PCR range, right? We're out of the green. We're more into the blue. We're going to get into a product called microsurfacing, which is done a lot in this neck of the woods with Beaufort and Charleston counties, and up into Spartanburg and Greenville, South Carolina. So it's a supplemental spec currently. And to kind of show you, and this is the only slide I'm going to talk about pricing, but there was a program, actually 2 programs that were sold by Division 4, North Carolina Division of Department of Transportation out of Wilson, and there were 2 projects, and they were about 17 miles each. One was microsurfacing, and one was the thinnest asphalt possible nowadays is 4.75, which is about 3/4 of an inch. So the engineer's estimate for the 475 was $7.13 a square yard. The low bid 475 came in at $1.274 million, which is $6.37. Similar project, same amount of miles. Our microsurfacing came in at, including mobilization and traffic control, at $3.41. So $3.41 versus $6.37. So anything thicker than 475, that disparity is going to be greater, right, with cost. So again, low cost, more miles covered, that is preservation. What is microsurfacing? It's a combination of 4 things. So we've heard of slurry seal before. Microsurfacing is the evolution of slurry seal, where we've now polymer modified slurry seal with a latex. So if you see the nomenclature CQS1HLM, LM is latex modified, or modifier, and that's a form of a natural latex, which is our polymer we put into it. That allows us to stack the product thicker. With slurry seal, you can only do 1 stone thick. With microsurfacing, in a rut-fill type application, I can put down in upwards of 2 inches thick. So it comes out, it's categorically what they say green. It's only about 100 degrees. It's not hot like hot mix asphalt. The aggregate is granite, which is 3/8 down to your P200s. Your additives is another difference, how microsurfacing is differentiated between that and slurry seal. With microsurfacing, it's a chemical break and a chemical cure. So we can, and we do, pave microsurfacing at night. We do that mainly for very highly traveled routes. If we'd ever do Boundary Street, If we do any road with SCDOT and in NCDOT, that it's 4-lane highway, which we were just awarded a contract in just southeast of Charlotte to do US 74, all 6 lanes in each, all three lanes in each direction, 6 lanes total. We're doing a rut fill and double course micro. That'll all be done at night, and that's reliant on these additives to cure it out without the sun. And then Portland cement, which makes it all come together and be happy and go down the way it should. There are 2 types of units that put this product down. One's called truck mount. It pulls about 1,000 feet. It's got to stop. It detaches its box. Next truck comes up to it and pulls. Every time you do that, you have a construction joint. So if you have long projects, county projects, state projects, what you're going to get basically is this guy. It's called the continuous paver, where the product is brought to it with 3 to 5 support trucks that carries the aggregate, the emulsion, and water. And you see the bags of cement on top. So those are the 2 types of trucks that put the product down. One that's going to get you slower production, handles the cul-de-sacs, radiuses, the tight radiuses or the wing backs better. And this guy is going to maximize production, going to get in and out as quickly as possible. Preparatory work is very, very important. We were talking about that earlier, that microservicing is as good as it is put down on top of, meaning if the road is very distressed, you're going to probably see those distresses back in a fairly short period of time. So it's imperative that we do the right thing as far as crack sealing, which we've already talked about. We need to take off thermoplastic markings. The thermoplastic markings and the microservicing are incompatible. They will not stick together. So your arrows, your onlys, your school markings, your your stop bars all have to come off. Regular paint, no big deal. We're going to tack coat on top of that and then put it directly on top. Do any asphalt repairs. Again, it's only as good as it's on top of. I don't care if you're putting down 2 inches of asphalt. If your pavement has failed, take care of that repair beforehand and then put your microsurfacing down. What's becoming a little bit more kind of in vogue, just because it hasn't been thought of before, but with all the invasive grass, the invasive weeds we have both here in North Carolina, we really need to put a line item in for herbicide control. Our crack sealers, as I said, will eradicate once it's killed off. If it's not killed, they'll eradicate what's there, but guess what? That grass is going to go right back through because we haven't addressed the roots. So it's very cheap, maybe 2 to 3 cents a square yard to put a herbicide control line item in with your maintenance contract. It's just a very good practice, but it has to be done by a certified person or group, of which we don't have any on our staff. So if your park system through the county or your local agency is licensed, save a little bit of money and get it knocked out. These are good candidates for microservicing. Picture on the left is an old chip seal road that had fog seal on it, kind of wearing off. With the population influx into these 2 states, North and South Carolina, the idea of chip seal is becoming, I would say antiquated, but it's just not acceptable because of people moving from New York, moving from Texas, moving from Ohio. That's just not what they're used to in their residentials. So chip sealing in residentials is just not a good practice anymore. And what the DOTs are looking at, what cities are looking at is microservicing to supplant or take the place of that chip seal. Picture in the middle is just a cracked up road in a curb and gutter type situation. And then on the right would probably be the most amount of crack seal I'd want to see rurally without relying on a chip seal to handle the cracking because it's just too much cracks. There are too many cracks. Again, not good candidates. Got some failure. They admittedly admit they have one by putting some cold patch in there. We want to shy away from these areas or have them repaired. And then the picture on the right should have obviously been a chip seal instead of all that crack seal. I'm not going to delve too much into this, but just to let you know that when we look at roads for y'all, we want to know if it's residential, if it's rural, if it's agricultural, if it's whatever. Based on the traffic loading, the traffic volume, we're going to either recommend a type 2, which is it's a smoother aggregate, and it'll be more residentially, or a type 3 aggregate, which is a little beefier aggregate, and we do a lot of skid control, correction I should say, on highways with Type 3, but we also put it down in a rural type application to handle the heavy agriculture trucks, combines, etc. The other way it is utilized is in a 2-lift system where we would put a Type 3 down first to fill in the wheel ruts and take care of those minimized wheel ruts, and then put the Type 2 on top of it for a 2-lift microsurfacing system. So very versatile product, but we got to know what to do and where. Just to kind of show you the evolution of how it looks, right? We have a newly installed microsurfacing. It's brown, very homogeneous. Like any asphalt emulsion, those chemicals I talked about react. It makes the water get up and get out of it, and boom, we have asphalt residual and microsurfacing on the right after about 15 minutes. Depending upon heat, depending upon humidity, that's going to kind of govern how much time it's going to take to get traffic back onto that road or onto that section of road. And the foreman will deem that that surface is good to go, and then Mr. or Mrs. Smith can cross on it, hopefully without turning their tires, into the unpaved lane and go. Once it's cured out, then we put them on the paved section and pave the other lane, and by the time they get home at night, their road has been taken care of. Kind of show you some examples of where micro has been, and it's I can't fault anybody for thinking this way, but a lot of agencies are saying, okay, we're going to try microservicing, but we're going to try it in a very low volume residential or a low volume 10-house road where it won't have that much impact. Well, actually, why it was designed was for highway use, to fill in wheel ruts and to do skid correction and to be put down in a 2-lift system to handle the interstate. It's kind of matriculated down into the local market because of its versatility, which is great, but here it's kind of doing the opposite. We're starting out small, and we're going to try it on the interstate. So that's kind of the evolution of it, and for those who don't know a lot about it, it's understandable. But again, don't be afraid of it. It's designed to handle a lot of traffic. Just if anybody travels Route 2 that parallels the Ohio River from Moundsville, south of Wheeling, for about 10-15 miles, it's all microsurfacing. Like I said, we do skid correction with it in between the lane lines. This particular section of road was about 1/3 of the numbers it needed for skid numbers that was federally acceptable, and there was a couple wet weather traffic related deaths to this area because of the skidding. We went in and corrected that friction with microsurfacing, and they don't have that skidding issue anymore. And we did that with a Type 3 aggregate. Another skid project that's being monitored in North Carolina is on Route 74 in Scotland County. Numbers are so good that they've told me I don't even need to go to the chief engineers, that this is speaking for itself. And they're taking all their wet-related skid accident areas and putting microsurfacing on it in the next couple of years to correct those issues. As far as longevity, I get asked, how long does microsurfacing last? Well, if you go to the ISSA website, it says 5 to 7 years. I think that's pretty light. And it does not consider doing any prep work before it in the form of crack seal or chip seal. As evidence of Route 1 here in Lee County, it's been down since 2016, so entering its 8th year and still in very good shape. And this was only a single course application. Based on the traffic count, it probably should have been a double. If it was a double, it would have even lasted longer, and it will have lasted longer. But still in very good shape for a single course application. So I'm kind of starting high as far as traffic count here, and I'm working my way down. You'll know the theme once we go through this. North Carolina Division 12. Again, they're a huge population influx. Cleveland, Gaston County, around the Charlotte area. Can't chip seal anymore, so they're putting microsurfacing all over the old chip seal in lieu of new chip seal. This is their product of choice. Division 11 did the state's first double application of micro on Haymeadow Road. Turned out beautiful. And again, smoother ride, the thicker it is, so they went with the double course, mainly to handle the agriculture up in the mountains. Division 9 was the second double course application on Vienna Dozier Road, just to kind of show you what the color of the aggregate, or the the asphalt looked like on either side of it, leading up to that cemetery, and just the aestheticness of the how the line pops on that dark aggregate. Division 4, this is our ruralized application where we did a Type 3 to handle the agriculture and the combines going through cornfields, again, in lieu of a chip seal. Turned out to be a real nice project. Same division, we're going into the subdivisions. So this would be more of an urbanized feel, if you will. Still unimproved, no curb and gutter, but just a very good application at the right time. Did a little bit of crack sealing and a single lift system on top of this residential road. This was a very difficult project in Division 1 up around Edenton on the coast. And it was very challenging logistically, but as far as application-wise, it turned out beautiful. Again, a very heavily chip-sealed type of governmental agency is making the move over to micro because of its realized benefits and the extended life they can get out of it. Charleston County, South Carolina, this year did a double course with a fiberglass modification in it. And Mackenzie Kelly over there, she facilitated this, and we did quite a few roads, and turned out to be very, very nice. They've been using micro probably the longest in the state, and with great success. Beaufort County had a nice program past couple of years, both urbanized and rural. A lot of different applications, again, governed by their PCR numbers is how they picked where we put microservicing down, and it was put down very successfully, not without challenge, but we overcame a lot of those, and turned out to be pretty nice. This is this year's program, did the causeway out near Palkey, and a lot of roads back in there. City of Durham is probably our biggest local customer that we have. They annually do about $5.5 million a year with microservicing, cape seals, crack seal. This is a business district or business park that was a cape seal. We put out a chip seal first and then put a microservicing over it. So again, a very versatile product used the right way based on what the surface condition was. City of High Point with this southwest of Raleigh, Durham, and no cape seals there. It's just straight micro with crack seal. City of Greenville, South Carolina. This was kind of an experimental project in conjunction with Ergon, where instead of a 3% modification, we did a 6% latex modification. Ergon calls it their high mod product. Again, I told you that the difference between slurry seal and micro is the inclusion of a modification it's basically 3%. If you're up in that 3% to 6%, you're making it much harder, right? So if you have any distress, I believe the 6% would crack even more, but it was an experiment. We also did some fiberglass modification with it. It clogged our motors down at least 3 times because of how gooey this stuff is with the 6% high mod. I'm not a big fan, but just to let you know, there are options out there, and we're going to monitor how this does as it ages. But this is actually done at the end of 2023, so it's coming up on 1 year old. This is microservicing after 4 years of age, okay? And it, again, good shape. Reason for my statement of getting 5 to 7, I think, is a bit light, and we're showing good evidence of the microservicing lasting. This is its 5th year in Norfolk. So overall, that's it with microservicing. Again, a very versatile product, but again, used on the right road at the right time is very important. And I can help you by driving roads with you to help understand where this stuff fits. And hopefully you'll glean that as we're going through this, and then we can talk afterwards. But we're going to move on down the PCR scale into chip seal. And, you know, some people call it rolled oil, chip seal, tar and chip. It's all the same thing. Just depends on what type of liquid you use, what aggregate you use, what size you use. But again, it's meant for roads a little bit more distressed, either as a standalone or as an interlayer prior to either a microsurfacing or a hot mix overlay. Really, they call it a matte seal before it goes down before a hot mix surface course, which helps again delay and minimize reflective cracking into the new overlay. One thing that we were talking about and we're really adamant about is compatibility. We want to make sure that we're doing the right liquid with the right stone. All right, so most of our stone, our limestones, our granites, slate, shale, has a negative or neutral charge to it, chemically charged to it, neutral or negative charge. We want to pair that with the opposite polarity or a positively charged asphalt emulsion or cationic. So opposites attract, right? So you cover up aggregate that's maybe a little bit dirty, gets rid of the dust, doesn't want to pop off the emulsion. You want to have that chemical compatibility. Have I ever seen a road fail because of lack of compatibility? Not so much, but you always want to make sure that you're doing the right thing. Not to belabor any of these graphics, but you want to be, you don't want to be too high or too low. You don't want to be corn-rown it. You don't want to be fat or bleeding. You want to have the right calibration at the right height with the right aggregate. You want to have a good triple cover spread or spray. So we have, again, not heavy, light, corn-rowing that. You want a good, homogeneous, uniform application. So when your aggregate hits it, it's very uniform. And this is meant just to show you the different ways you can do it: single, double, triple, matte seal, the different size aggregates you would use with it. The aggregate in this state is what they call 89s. It's a blend of 78s and 9s, which is somewhere between a half to a quarter-inch stone, and then about 3/10 of liquid with that. So that's your application. What you're hoping for is about 50% embedment of that stone, right? So you want to ensure that that emulsion, and there's enough of it there, that it captures the aggregate. You want to make sure, again, that there's enough liquid there, and then some processes, and one, I don't mind talking about it, but some processes of known as a scrub seal. If you're putting it on a very smooth surface and the brushes are going across that surface, it's scraping off all of the emulsion. So there's not enough emulsion left on those repair areas to capture the stone. On a road that's cracked up and you're putting the broom on it and you're scrubbing it into that particular environment or that particular distress, then there's going to be enough emulsion left for it. But anytime you do a lot of asphalt repair, those areas are going to long-term not retain its stone because there wasn't enough, that 3/10 on top of that repair area to take care of it. And that's enough I'll say about that. But we could do a double, we can do a triple. It all depends on what the condition of the road is and what we're trying to accomplish. You're obviously going to roll that first with a steel drum, and then you're going to hit it with a rubber tire roller to further embed that aggregate. If it's a matte seal in a Cape Seal type fashion, we want to have that left open maybe 3 to 5 days, maybe a week, to allow traffic to run on that chip before we put the microsurfacing on top of it. That embedment is accelerated, increased, use whatever adjective you want, as far as having that traffic run on top of that liquid, on top of that stone, embedding it in the liquid, even better than these two guys rolling on it are initially. After that's all done, whether it be us, whether it be whomever, I implore that you have your roads swept after the chip seal goes down. Just to leave free laying aggregate on the surface, you're going to have issues with claims. I don't know why that popped up. With windshields, I don't know what's going on. So yeah, just sweeping is imperative. Sorry, I'm seeing something totally different than you are. Potential issues, you're going to have too much aggregate because it hasn't been calibrated properly, too much emulsion, you're going to have fat areas pumping through the aggregate. We don't want that. We want to make sure our equipment is calibrated and it's done on a daily basis. How you combat some of those issues is a fog seal. Is it a long-term fix? No. But initially, it's going to lock your stone in, it's going to get rid of the dust, it's going to allow the line stripes to pop better. Safety is increased. It turns it from chip seal to dark. You won't believe the phone calls that don't happen after you fog seal as opposed to before, right? You chip sealed my road. What the are you doing? You put the fog seal down. Oh, you paved my road. Thank you very much. So it is a good thing to do, and it's not very expensive. We're talking probably 50, 60 cents, maybe 75 cents a square yard. Just showing you the difference between fog sealed and the other type of aggregates used in this neck of the woods is what we call lightweight. Very expensive, but it does not hurt windshields. It's very desirable, but very expensive as far as its performance because it does have to be trucked, and it's probably double the cost of what regular aggregate that we would use for chip sealing is. So. Just to let you know, there are options. There's standard 89s with the fog seal on top of it. This is your some more work that Whitehurst has done up in the North Carolina market, up around Division 7. Chip seal with a fog seal. And as I alluded to earlier, we did about 20 miles of chip seal with fog seal on top of it, which was the precursor was a lot of asphalt repair prior to and after. And so this is what I think is a real viable tool for low volume DOT and county routes. I think chip seal is a wonderful thing. But again, done at the right time, we sure as heck don't want to have to do as much asphalt repair than needed, but again, in a timing fashion, if it's done on the right road, it's a great process that will yield good long service life. Trucking on down the PCR value, we've gotten out of a lot of the yellow, and now we're into orange, so we're into the mid-60s, something like that. Maybe you want to think about a Cape seal. Right? The Cape seal is a combination of a chip seal and a microsurfacing, not rocket science. Again, just based on how much cracking is there. It is a very structurally sound road with a lot of top-down cracking. We are not going to crack seal this. We're going to go in, chip seal it, and then put the microsurfacing on top of it. This was a road before the crack seal to chip seal. The agency asked how could they help out, and we said, well, why don't you take care of that wide open center, that crack, the longitudinal joint, that paving joint with crack seal. That would be a benefit. They had their own kettle. They said, you know what, we're going to help these guys out. We're going to just crack seal everything. So I guess there was some miscommunication between the representative and the agency as to what the goal of the chip seal was. But this is the amount of cracking you would see when you would want to chip seal it. Again, very structurally sound. There was no asphalt repairs. Preserve and move on. Charleston County has done their fair share of Cape seals, and McKinsey submitted this year after 2 years of service for a national award, and that's under consideration currently for that Cape seal candidate. In North Carolina, the DOT is responsible for a lot of residential subdivisions, as Beaufort County is responsible for a lot of residential subdivisions. And this particular HOA, Bay Crossing, they had 25,000 square yards of pavement. They went out during COVID and got a quote for milling and filling 1.5 inches of asphalt for $800,000. A year later, They went back out and got $675,000. Still very, very expensive. They called me and said, would you please come in and look at this? I said, sure. There was about $40,000 worth of asphalt repairs, and then we did a cape seal, the chip seal with the micro, and their total bill out the door was $285. So much more cost effective. In showing you the process, we came in and put the chip seal down first. We're going to stay off of the gutter pan so as to not spray the concrete, and then we're going to feather the microsurfacing to the gutter pan to complete the cape seal. They're very happy, and then the DOT accepted this process as there was a whole bunch of negotiation beforehand, but they accepted it, and now the DOT has responsibility of their roads and takes the onus off of the HOA. I put this slide in because I'm just darn proud of it. I used to live in Ohio for 50-some years, and this is one job I did with District 2 up around Bowling Green State University, and this is Poe Avenue. At the far end of the road is the local DOT office. Where the trees are on the left-hand side is Bowling Green High School, and then where the gate starts on the left-hand side is the county fairgrounds. So a lot of visibility, a lot of traffic. In lieu of doing a mill and fill of 1.5 inches, we put a chip seal down on top of the existing surface and then put a microsurfacing on top of it to the gutter pan. They ended up milling it after 11 years of service. And this is just, this was after probably 2 months of it being down and the thermoplastic markings being finally installed, leading to the high school. But again, 11 years of service, did very well, probably could have gone another 3 to 4. So when you guys think about doing your, let me get to this last slide here. So we'll finish this out and then I'll have my little talk at the end. But if you're into the red and it's just time that we have to do something different, well, guess what? That's when your asphalt comes into consideration. Whether it be 3/4 of an inch, 1.5 inches, that's where your maintenance stops. You get into the red with 2 inches plus, those are structural overlays and where they're most expensive. So we've completed that PCR, right? That PCR ranking and agency evaluation. So the bottom right-hand yellow figure should be the evaluation of this agency's worth. How much is it going to take to touch every road in its infrastructure? And agencies approach that in many different fashions. Back when interest rates were low, they take out a low to no interest loan, they knock everything out and then pay on that annually out of their generalized budget. 2, they put a levy on the ballot, which many counties are doing for this November. Spartanburg, Greenville, Anderson are putting a penny sales tax on the ballot to be voted on just for roads. And I've been told and met with both 2 of the 3 agencies I just met yesterday. Both told me that about 25% of that 20 to 25 million that we've generated is going towards that effort of pavement preservation, because they just can't, even if those dollar figures maintain the amount of miles that they have, and their valuation tells them they need 10 to 15 more million dollars than they're actually going out for. So preservation is very important to a lot of agencies, and as Beaufort County is acknowledged, and the reason why they've come up with programs the past couple of years. So that's pretty much it where we've done that. So myself, Matt Jamer, who is here from Slurry Pavers, he is going to be, or is in Virginia, taking Virginia to the north. My area responsibility is North and South Carolina. And if you all have any questions after this, I'd be more than happy to answer those questions. And if you found this of interest and you want to go out, driving roads and figure out what's best for your agency, that's kind of why I'm here. So with that, I'll take any questions. Nada, nunca, nadie. All right. Well, thank you guys for your time, and I appreciate the opportunity.
engineering project manager for Masweeney Engineers. He's a professional engineer and commercial diver with more than 20 years of experience in the analysis, design, and inspection of marine facilities and bridges throughout the continental U.S., Alaska, and abroad. He is regarded as an expert in marine structural evaluation and maintains Federal Highway Administration certifications for above water and underwater bridge inspection. Mr. Barna is also a commercial diving supervisor.
As it relates to bridges and other marine structures that we find in the Lowcountry. So we'll talk about the importance of waterfront inspection. There's a couple of different standards that you should be following if you're going to inspect your marine facilities or your bridges. And then we'll talk about some of the defects that we found and some of the ways to mitigate those defects. Before I get into that, I'll talk a little bit about our infrastructure in general. This is the ASCE's infrastructure report card. The 2021 is the last time they did it. So as a nationwide, our overall grade in infrastructure was a C-, which is actually up from the one they did previously. I believe in 2015, I believe we were around a D or D-. So you can see in some of those statistics there, we've got 600,000 bridges in the U.S., and almost half of them are over 50 years old. And that's a grade C there. Parks and recreation facilities, they're estimating they need $5.6 billion and $60 billion in a deferred maintenance backlog. Same thing with dams and inland waterways. There's a huge funding gap, and there's a lot of deferred maintenance over the years. So, these numbers represent or reflect federal agencies, right? And the deficit there. I imagine that when you get down to state and municipal agencies, the overall rating would probably be less than a C- would be my guess. So what is the importance of doing a facility inspection? So the overall writing importance would be public safety, right? That would be number one. Making sure that whatever the facility is still operational. You also want to be able to reduce maintenance and construction costs. You're protecting your public investment, and right, you want your facility to be operational, whatever that facility is, whether it's a bridge or whether it's a fishing pier at a public park. You want that facility to be operational and safe. And the other reason that we're looking for that we conduct inspections is we're trying to find critical findings, right? We're looking for any defect that requires an immediate follow-up action, right? So we're looking for any condition that is going to impact the safety or functionality of the structure, and that would require immediate action, whatever that may be. So there's many different types of inspections. Just depends on what you are trying to do with that particular inspection, what type of information you're trying to get from it, and what the ultimate goal of the inspection is. At a minimum, if you own any type of marine structure, you should be doing a routine inspection. So every 4 years, every 5 years, every 2 years, just depending on what that inspection cycle is. But your routine inspection just should be a general condition assessment. Is the structure safe? Does it require any maintenance items? Is it serviceable? Is it functional? So that would be the minimum that you would want to inspect your structures. But then you also have repair inspections. Let's say you have some impact, an impact to a bridge or a vessel impact to a marine facility. You might be doing an inspection just for repairing that section, or maybe you're going to do an upfit. So you would do an inspection to upfit the facility. If you're doing any type of new construction or after new construction, as soon as you have something built, it's a good idea to go ahead and do an inspection of it, just so you can capture all of the as-built conditions. That way, when you go back to do your first routine inspection, say 5 years from now, you know that that defect that you're looking at was a latent defect. It was something that's been there since construction, perhaps, or maybe it was something that was missed. You can also have due diligence inspections similar to a home inspection, right? Most people have a due diligence inspection before they purchase it, but the same thing goes on with marine structures as well. When marinas change hands or when certain pieces of infrastructure change hands, there's also a due diligence period typically. Might also have special inspections. So this would be, let's say we did an inspection of a concrete member. We noticed that we had some advanced deterioration and we need to come back and we need to do some concrete coring because we have to do a higher level of testing. Maybe we need to do some petrographic analysis or some other type of analysis, some type of materials testing. So we would do a special inspection to encompass that, or maybe it's steel thickness readings or some other non-destructive method. Post-event, we've done quite a few of those in Beaufort County where you have a structure that might be vulnerable to storm conditions, and we go in right afterwards and inspect it. So anytime we have like a Hurricane Matthew or Irma or something like that, we might go around and go, even if we just recently inspected the structure, we might go take another look at it after a storm event, especially if we've had any type of flooding or any type of conditions that the structure may or may not have been designed for. And then also importantly in inspections, specifically with marine structures and bridges, is underwater inspections. There's a real out of sight, out of mind mentality with what goes on below the water line with marine structures. It's that kind of, well, we can't see it, we hope everything's okay. And I've seen time and time again where owners and stakeholders will put money into what they can see, but then the problem is your foundation is shot or whatever is below the water line is, it just has gone unnoticed, unchecked, and that can lead to some pretty significant problems on down the line. So there's a couple of different inspection standards as well that we follow when we do inspections, and it just depends on the type of facility that we're looking at. If you're doing a bridge inspection, then we follow the National Bridge Inspection Standard, and that's put out by the National Highway Institute, Federal Highway Administration. And to get that certification is to be a federal bridge inspector is an initial 80-hour course, and then a follow-up refresher course every 2 years thereafter. So they don't just kind of give the federal certification to anybody. And then the federal government, the way that they manage the states is they tell the states, you've got to do your above water inspection every 24 months. You've got to do your underwater inspection a minimum of every 60 months if you want federal dollars for your highway system. So the feds kind of impose that restriction on the states and say, if you want your federal money, you need to inspect your bridges. And so state bridges get inspected under that National Bridge Inspection Standard at the interval specified. What's not mandated are the locally owned structures. So if certain municipalities, certain counties own bridge structures, they may or may not be tied into state or federal money, and therefore that they may not be aware of the recommendation or the requirement of the inspection interval for structures. And so that's important to know. If you are a bridge owner, you should be aware of the minimum inspection interval between inspections. So the National Bridge Inspection Standard covers all bridges, and then all other facilities are covered under the ASCE standard, which is covered under the Manual of Practice 130, which is the Waterfront Facilities Inspection and Maintenance Manual. So that manual was put out by ASCE because for years the Federal Highway Administration had a standard that covered bridges, and we really had nothing that covered all of the other marine structures out there. And so they're very similar to each other, but there are some nuances that I'll get into later. Essentially, all of the standards come with some kind of a rating system, right? It's a scored rating system. For bridges, it's 0 to 9, and for waterfront facilities, it's 1 to 6, and that ranges from your level of severity of deterioration. And I'll cover that a little bit more in a couple of slides. So when we do an inspection and we're looking to come up with the condition ratings, like what is the condition of our structure, we're looking at three main components. We're looking for the severity of the defect, we're looking for the extent of the defect and the location, and whether it has an effect on the strength or performance of the member. So if you look under the defect severity, you might have an inherent defect. It was something that came with the member. You see that a lot in timber components. Maybe it's minor, moderate, or major deterioration. Maybe it affects a portion of the member. Maybe it affects all of the member. But what we're really trying to get down to at the end of the day is, do the conditions that we've noted in the inspection, do they have an impact on the strength or the performance of the structure? That's what we're looking at the end of the day. And then from those, then we can determine, well, what kind of action are we going to have? Are we going to have, what kind of follow-up action do we need? So those are some of the questions that we're trying to have answered. This is a slide. I don't know if you can read this on the screen. Can anybody even read this? I realize now how small it is. What this is this is the bridge component rating system that I mentioned to you guys. At the very bottom is 0. 0 is a failed condition, and it goes all the way up to a 9, which is excellent condition. And in between is good, satisfactory, poor, and serious condition. So I put this in here to highlight that the chances are, if you read a structural inspection report, if you read a bridge inspection report or a waterfront facility inspection report, that if there are words in there like good, major, minor, moderate, poor, fair, serious, those key words actually have meanings that are associated with them as they relate directly to the structure. So in the case of a bridge, the serious, if we were to rate a bridge and say serious condition, that means there's major defects, strength and performance of the component is seriously affected, and the condition typically necessitates more frequent monitoring, load restrictions, and corrective action. So it's just important to understand that if you read a structural inspection report, say things like good or fair, they have a kind of a greater definition behind them. Usually we clarify that in the inspection report, but that's important to know. So this is the bridge component rating, 0 to 9, and this is the very similar rating that we have for waterfront structures, which is a rating from 1 to 6. And in there, the 1 is critical, and 6 is a good rating. So again, I read you the serious, the definition of serious is in terms of what the Federal Highway Administration deems serious. If you look at what ASCE deems serious, it's advanced deterioration, overstressing, or breakage may have significantly affected the load-bearing capacity of primary structural components. So there's pretty significant variation in those definitions, and that's essentially what we're trying to do with these inspections is get down to a condition rating where we can look at the structure as a whole or individual parts of a structure and say, look, this is the condition, this is the condition rating, and this is the follow-up action that would be required. Is there any questions so far? I'm going through this a little bit faster than I anticipated, but it's not too deep. So we've gone over the importance of inspection, the types of inspection, the governing bodies of your marine structures and the rating system. So the next few slides that I'll go into have defects, or they're typical common defects that we find. I believe all the pictures that I have in here of the common defects actually came from Beaufort County. And then I've got a slide of some of the repairs that we've implemented, or some of the possibilities that you can use. So the first one, this is an eye girder in Beaufort County. The picture on the lower left is the cross section of that pre-stressed and post-tension beam. Do you think that's a critical finding? If you were inspecting this structure, would that be a critical finding? Yeah, that'd be a critical finding. There is zero pre-stressing in the bottom of that flange. There is nothing in there. There is no reinforcement, and then the spalling is quite significant. So that's one of the reasons that we're doing inspections. Does that member have the same load capacity it did 50 years ago? Not even close. Not even remotely close. So that's the reason that we look at these things. Here's another one. This is one of the general rules of concrete, right? Concrete does two things: gets hard and cracks. And in salt water in the marine environment, cracking is quite prevalent. In this case, this is a pile cap at a marina, and essentially what happens, right, is you got steel inside your concrete, salt water gets in, oxygen gets in, hits your rebar starts to corrode, it expands as the corrosion product forms, creates high internal stresses in your concrete. Concrete cracks, more salt water gets in, more corrosion happens. The cycle just keeps going on and on and on and on and on. So cracking is fairly common. Another one that that we find every now and then is some impact damage. This is a hard docking incident that happened in downtown Beaufort. This was just a mooring line that actually pulled this structure over this concrete bollard on here. There's many other defects with concrete. These are just some of the most common that I've shown you guys. Timber as well. Timber is another commonly used element that we see used for marine structures: piers, bulkheads, marinas, bridges a lot of times. One of the things we see is marine borer damage. So if you look on this particular pile bent, I don't know if you can see in the picture very well, but pretty much every one of those timber piles has got loss of cross-sectional area due to marine borer damage. So you can see there's probably up to about, 25, 30% loss of section on those piling. Is that a critical finding? Yeah, it's a critical finding because you have probably about maybe 50% of your original capacity on that bent. So yeah, that's something that needs to be dealt with, especially if that's an in-service structure. So other common defects we find with timber, just beside timber subject to your standard weathering, UV deterioration, but also you can get bowing in your members that causes pull out of your hardware, just other deterioration, general rot and decay. You can see on your end grain, broken and missing components. Those are all pretty standard for in-service timber components. So, and then steel as well. Steel is another common building material that we find in the Lowcountry, and the main problem with that is corrosion, right? And so on the upper left of the picture, that's sheet piling that's corroded. The lower left is a steel pipe pile. That's the condition of it. That's an underwater picture of a steel pipe piling in the Beaufort River. And you can see that you can see the bare white metal on that. So that was a galvanized pile when we installed it in 2018. And that's just bare white metal now. So the galvanization's gone, and there's corrosion product that is formed. You get through the corrosion product, you get bare white metal, and you can see some pitting. So there's still plenty of capacity left in the pile, but the pile is showing some deterioration. And then probably one of the biggest things that we see with steel is connection hardware. You know, we see a lot of steel components that even in timber structures, we see where the timber may be in good shape, but the hardware, you know, we've seen the hardware actually deteriorate before the timber in some cases. So those are just some common defects that we find during our inspection. And so while we're conducting the inspection, we're trying to capture all of this information, right? We're looking for the location, we're looking for the extent, we're looking for the severity, and we're looking to see whether it has any impact on the capacity or the performance of the structure. And we're gonna take photographs of it, take video of it. If it's underwater, we're gonna try to take photograph and video as well. If not, we're gonna document it the best we can. And then we're gonna come back and we're gonna furnish a report or do some other follow-up action. And so, what are you gonna do afterwards? So typically the first thing we'll do after any inspection is furnish a report, right? That's, the owner's gonna hire us to do an inspection, and that's gonna be a deliverable that we're gonna give them. And so typically what you're gonna get with an inspection report is gonna be a description of the structure, how we inspected it, what type of inspection it was, what we found, how severe it was, and what kind of follow-up action that the owner needs to be aware of to do, and then what's going to be the cost of that follow-up action, if we can determine what that cost is going to be at that time. Sometimes after the inspection, you don't really know what it's going to cost. And then maybe you have to implement that follow-up action. Maybe it would be designing the repairs, maybe it'd be demolishing the structure, replacing the structure. So whatever follow-up action after the report, then you would implement the follow-up action and then repeat your inspection process over again. And that's kind of typically how it goes. So, and then some of the repairs that you can implement, just a couple of general repairs that we have done. So the upper left is pile encasement. We've done that in Beaufort County on timber piles and concrete piles. And what we do there is we take a fiber reinforced polymer wrap, stick that around the pile, and then fill that up with either a high strength grout or an epoxy grout. You can do that above the water line or below the water line. We've done it both in Beaufort County. You can significantly extend the life of your substructure if pile encasements are properly implemented. Your regular concrete repair, spall repair, where you're just going to go in and reform the area to the original dimensions. And to a limited extent, you can repair cracks on your steel components. A lot of times on your hardware, when it becomes corroded, you're just going to replace your hardware. But we've been able to clean and recoat steel sheet piling and steel pipe piles with some success to be able to extend the service life of those structures. And then probably most common is going to be some type of a heavier repair, retrofit or strengthening. And that lower right, that was a stone masonry wall in downtown Charleston. and we went in and retrofit it with a steel sheet pile wall in front of it, because there was just no way that thing, I mean, it was 300 years old. There's no way we were going to stabilize it without doing something a little more substantial. So there's all kinds of different repair options out there. These are just, you know, I gave you guys some of the most common defects we find, and some of the ways that we repair them. And so I believe that was the end of it. Are there any questions? Yes. Not that I'm aware of. The question was after the Key Bridge, if there's more federal funding out there for bridge inspection. Not that I'm aware of on the inspection level. I don't currently have our company doesn't have a state contract right now, so I'm not sure if the federal money going to the states has changed as a result of that, but I haven't heard. You know, that was not a result of lack of inspection that caused that, obviously. So I don't know an answer to your question. Anything else? Yes. So the difficulty. So sure. So there's various methods you can use to do your inspection. It's all about access, right? So anytime you're going to do an inspection, you should be arm's length, right? So when we do an inspection, we do what we call visual and tactile. We want to be arm's length. We want to be able to touch the component that we're evaluating, if at all possible. The Cooper River Bridge, they'll actually use rope systems because they have to inspect all the cable stays. I believe you guys did some of that, right? Or no? Oh. So they have to use ropes to go inspect the towers and the cables, and so you'll see them. They usually do that on Sunday morning when the traffic is light. You'll see them way up there with the ropes and everything. So you have those methods. A lot of it that I do, and there's a picture of me in the background, it's just walking through the mud. In the Lowcountry, a lot of our structures are low. We have a lot of short span structures, a lot of lower clearance structures, and so that's like 90% of what I'm doing is walking or crawling through the mud to be able to get underneath the structure to access it. And when we're doing structures like, say, the Broad River Fishing Pier, we have to do an underwater inspection on that. And so, you know, I've been a commercial diver for 20 years. We staff a team of commercial divers that are also professional engineers, and that's what we do is again, we'll just, you know, my dive helmet, my deep sea dive helmet's just another way to get me to the job site, right? Some days I take the truck, some days I have to use the snooper vehicle, and then some days I got to put on my hat and go to work. And it's all about just getting me into that visual and tactile range. In the case of diving around here, you can't ever see anything, hardly. You know, and if I can, it's usually about here. Sometimes it's here. On a really good day, it might be here. I took this picture probably 5 feet down. I took that selfie with the sun right over my shoulder. That's like, you know, optimal conditions. You get down 50 feet, you can't see anything. And so typically what we'll do in a situation like that is I dive with a flat bar with a nail puller, Wonder Bar, and I go down and I'll clean all the marine growth off of whatever area that I need to look at. I'll clean all the marine growth off. Sometimes I close my eyes. If it's just absolutely pitch black, I close my eyes underwater, because if you You know, sometimes if it's pitch black and you try to see, but there's nothing there to see, it'll mess with your brain. And so sometimes I'll just go down, clean it all off. I've already made myself a visual picture of what I think the structure looks like, right? Because I've seen the plans, I know what it looks like above water. And I'll close my eyes, clean the area that I'm trying to investigate, and then I'll feel. I'll use my hands, stick them in there with the little crabs and the fish, and then I scream like a little girl every time a fish wiggles out from under me, or every time I get pinched like a crab, by a crab. So yeah, it's all about getting your inspector to the area to be inspected. I mean, sometimes we got to go way up in a culvert. That's not fun to do either, you know. But it has to be done. So, I think there was another question. No? Yes, sir. Well, absolutely, and I recommend it. There's been a lot of advances in construction materials and construction techniques where I've seen it in my career, really in the last 20 years. Timber is still a viable building material, but it's not as strong as it was 20 years ago, in my opinion, and the treatment is not as good as it was 20 years ago. You know, we used to say you were going to get 25, 30 years of life out of a timber pile, and it ain't 25 or 30 years of life out of a timber pile in a marine environment these days. It's not. It's closer to about 15 or 20, depending on where you are. Oh, yes. Yeah. Oh, it's awesome. So if you're looking at any of the composite material has a higher strength to weight ratio than steel does. So, you know, you still got applications where steel is going to be preferred or one over the other, but we did composite piling at the Whitehall boat landing over in Beaufort. When we redid that boat landing entirely, we elevated the parking lot probably, I don't know, 6, 7, 8 feet, and it's completely bound by a fiber reinforced polymer seawall, and then all of the dock piling are moored by composite piling, hollow composite piling. So with your composite materials, we don't, because they're relatively new, as you know, you compare to concrete's a couple thousand years old, right? FRP's really only been around a couple of decades. We still don't really know how long that material is going to last. You know, is it 50 years? Is it 75 years? So we really don't know how long that material is going to last, but so far it's far superior to about anything else out there. It's also very expensive. Any other questions? Really? Okay. All right. Well, that's all I got then.
lunchtime panel discussion?
Testing, testing,
Hello?
1, 2.
Y'all can listen to me or you can listen to Ken. Hey,
Hey! Hello!
I warned you, you can listen to me or you can listen to Ken. So, all right, well, thank you all for being here today again. I hope the barbecue was to your liking and the morning sessions were informative and educational. Right now we're going to start our lunch panel discussion, and the topic is the American Public Works Association, an organization that makes a difference. And we have with us Mr. Mark Shade at the end there, who is with the APWA Government Affairs Office in Washington, D.C. Next to him is Chuck Denson, who is the Public Works Director for the City of Goose Creek.
Also, he is for APWA.
Government Affairs Associate on their committee. And last but definitely not least, we have Ken Nagel with Thomas & Hutton, who does one or two things nationally with the APWA. But with those introductions, I will turn it over to Mark. Why don't you give it a start?
Well, hello, everybody. Worked for the Attorney General as his press secretary, and prior to that, I was a journalist. I started in radio, did local radio, stopped at the Harrisburg level, Harrisburg, Pennsylvania level, but did news, and then went into print, did online reporting from Harrisburg Capitol, and eventually grew up.
Friends and associates from my journey through APWA, and they asked us to talk a little bit about how it happened for us. Well, back in 2000, when I became director in 2017, I became heavily involved in the Lowcountry branch, attending meetings. Somehow I ended up vice president. I don't know, it just happened all of a sudden.
Good candidates.
Started out as vice president, of course, sequentially president, immediate past president, but it is so enjoyable. I go up to Washington once a year, usually February, March timeframe, and we work with the legislators and their staff. For those of y'all that haven't been heavily involved on the regulatory governmental side of it, we all see the senators and representatives on TV. The folks that do the work for them are their staff. That's really who gets things done. Government Affairs puts together some primers every congressional session that we can present to the staff. It's a two-page front and back bullet points. This is what APWA cares about and what we would like your support for. We work on those every new Congress. Any legislation, we have had Government Affairs Committee members testify in front of Congress. We've had two in the last couple of weeks, actually. I was fortunate enough to be asked to testify in front of Congress, and right at the end of PWX, and I was a little bit sick, and I couldn't see me being up there in front of everybody, so Keith Pugh, former past president, testified in front of Congress regarding environmental permitting and what we would like to see to streamline that process, so as we're doing these design projects, they don't get hung up for years and years and years in permitting for a project that might take 18 months, 2 years to complete. So that's another one of the things that the Government Affairs Committee will do. We act as advocates for various pieces of legislation, not only at the national level, excuse me, but we also try to advocate at the local levels. We have had a significant, I'll use the term push in the last couple of years to get public works employees recognized as first responders. There's some insurance benefits to that. There are benefits provided to first responders, which are typically police, fire, EMS type people, for housing mortgages, various programs that I think the public works folks deserve, because typically we are out there along with police department doing traffic control, with the fire department doing cleanup afterwards. So we were fortunate last year. Brandon Cox, who is a representative for the Goose Creek area, introduced legislation into the state legislature. It made it as far as the House Ways and Means Committee, and it never got out of committee before the end of the session. So we'll be trying to get that back in front of the legislature, and hopefully we can get that through to get our recognition as first responders. I think that's about my journey with APWA. I can tell you that it has been a very enjoyable ride. Like I said, when Jim told me government affairs, it scared me, I'll be honest with you, because I didn't know if I was ready to make that much of a commitment. But in hindsight, it was one of the best decisions I ever made because of the people I've met, the things we've been able to accomplish, and it just spreads you farther. You know, a lot of us attend the Lowcountry branch, and we know 40 people that attend. Well, then you get up to the chapter level. I didn't even talk about chapter, but I'm a director at the chapter level now, working with the state chapter. But then you meet an additional group of people. And then when you get to the national level, you start meeting these people from other areas of the country and realizing they're dealing with the same type stuff I am. Hey, let's network. Let's figure out how we can solve some of these problems, or tell me your lessons learned. I don't want to make the same mistakes. What do you wish you could have done different? So it's been a huge opportunity for me to grow as an engineer, as a director of public works, and provide training to my people back in Goose Creek. I've got mechanics that are participating in the certification programs that are available through APWA. My maintenance supervisor, facilities superintendent actually came to PWX the last day of PWX this year to take the facilities management certification course. And I can't tell you how many times he's thanked me for that, because he thought he was just a supervisor. And I think now he realizes that he is a very critical component of the team at Goose Creek. And I think that's the opportunity APWA affords you, is to realize you're not just another employee. You're on a team, and you have a huge network that will help you. You just got to step out there and participate. That's what really all it takes, is participation. Thanks, y'all. I appreciate your time.
Absolutely. Nice job. Thank you. Hey, before I start, do we want to talk a little bit more about the first responders, or what? October 28th. How about that?
Sure, we can. I mean, part of what we do as advocates for Public Works and for APWA members is, one of the things is to be recognized as first responders. So we do a lot of activities nationally and locally. We advocate on Capitol Hill with lawmakers and their staffs to say, here's why. It's not a hard sell in DC, because former President George Bush recognized Public Works as first responders. Some other states have, but it's getting in some of the other areas that it's a little bit harder push, but it's still a worthy push. But we do take part in national first responder efforts, and on October 28th, there's a National First Responders Day. And just out this today, in fact, if you are an APWA member, and I hope most of you are, or you soon will be, we have now a landing page that features resources for National First Responders Day. One of them includes sample proclamation language that you can download, modify, and you can ask City Council, your mayor, your state rep, your state senator, your governor. We think it would be a wonderful move if you would help us walk and recognize Public Works first responders on October 28th during National First Responders Day. We in DC will do it a little bit. We'll do it like a week-long thing. We'll have events. We'll do some webinars during the week. But October 28th is the official National First Responders Day. Hope you can download and really use it. And if you need help, just reach out. We'll help you with anything you need.
And all of you guys out there that are working public works, you're out in the field and whatnot, we want you to know, we know you are first responders. You are the people that are out there cutting the trees out so that others can get in to do rescues and stuff after a storm, right? So as you're out there, you help to spread the word. You are a first responder. All right. Hey everybody, I'm Ken Nagel. That's Nagel like a bagel. Now I started doing that because I wanted people to figure out how to spell my name. And do you know they still can? There are some people that cannot spell my name. That's all right. I'm Nagel like a bagel. I want to ask anybody out there is a graduate of Georgia Tech. Raise your hands. Boom! Are you serious? I thought I was going to be the only one. Over there, we got 3 here. Hey, this is fantastic. Thank you guys. I'm not going to share with you just how old I am, but
Seasoned, Ken.
I'm seasoned. That's right. That's right. Ramblin' Wreck from Georgia Tech. That is awesome. Fantastic. Well, my name again is Ken Nagel. I work for an engineering company called Thomas & Hutton. Been working with them almost 21 years come February next year. And one thing that I found interesting was that people ask me, well, Ken, what do you do? And actually, that's a totally different question, isn't it, Richard? Yeah, I mean, sometimes it depends upon what day it is. But seriously, as an engineer, civil engineer, site and transportation and whatnot, I tell people, go outside your door, look to your left, look to your right, look straight ahead. Everything you see, that's what I do. Now, I don't design all that stuff, but that's what civil engineering does, and a lot of you guys would agree. And then when I became a member of APWA, and as I've moved through this, I started to realize it's the same thing. Now, some people do. Mark Johnson brought this up the other day. He said, hey, actually the buildings are included, Ken, but I still like that. You go outside this door today, and you look to your left and your right and look straight ahead, and that's public works, okay? I got started in public works, actually, probably it was 2007, and someone I don't even remember that person, said, hey, you should find an organization and become a member. Well, I did, but for like 3 years, guys, I was a member by name only. I wasn't active. I was a member of APWA. Well, in 2010, my boss at that time, Lindy Cummins, came into my office one morning. And he said, Ken, you need to find an organization that you're passionate about, and you need to become a member, and you need to become an active member. My boss came in and told me that. So the interesting thing about that particular day, and this is still, sometimes doors open up and you need to know to jump through them, okay? Later that afternoon, his boss, Steve Price, who was at the time Education Committee Chair for the state chapter, sent out an email for a call for people to join his committee. Well, I got that, remembering what Lindy said. I said, I need to take this opportunity, and I got to tell you, walking through that door for me and APWA has been fantastic. And I'm going to share with you just a few. I don't want to bore you guys too much to death, but it's really to become a member of a committee. And listen, this is true for any organization. So the Beaufort Regional CE Club, first of all, kudos to you guys. I understand you're 2 years old roughly, and you have approximately 30 members. That is fantastic. That takes work. That takes volunteers, right? You guys, I don't know if you have committees, but if you don't, you probably will eventually. And to have people that will be part of those committees, that's what drives an association. That's what helps. And that's been true for me. Serving on that education committee, and I still remember the first day, the first meeting we had, Chuck, sitting in there with Steve, and there was a person that was an equipment sales rep. There was someone from Solid Waste. There was Steve with the City of Goose Creek Public Works Director. I think there was a couple there. There was me, maybe one other engineer, but there was about 8 to 9 folks in there. And the cool thing, another cool thing about that was to sit on that committee. We were developing the education for the annual conferences. We were also helping to shape education and training for our chapter. And to have that number of people around a table, it's exciting because one, and you touched on it here, networking. When you come to an event like this, make it a point to go meet somebody you don't know. Go talk to them. Get to know Miss Patty there, right? Find out about them. Because the more people you, and by the way, I am blessed. Walking through that door was a fantastic event for me because it really did open the door to meet a lot of fantastic people. And that's what becoming involved with an association, finding out a committee and becoming involved, finding something that, like Lindy said, you're passionate about. It opens the doors for you. You're going to meet people. You're going to create friendships. And it's going to be something that you're going to build on for the rest of your career, okay? So, kudos to the Beaufort Regional CE Club, rock and roll. You guys, I can't wait to see your growth. But anyone here who is not a member of a committee on either association, or maybe you're a member of another association, find something that you're passionate about and seek out that. Hopefully you'll be as lucky as I was. And it lands on your lap there, all right? But if you're not, go talk to somebody that's involved with that association. Come talk to me. I will gladly point you in the right direction, okay? Chuck will too, Mark Johnson, Pamela Cobb. Go find people and don't wait for that door to open like it did for me. Again, very lucky for me. I'm so incredibly glad that happened. Now, as far as that goes, what happened for me in APWA was I started to, become involved. I was definitely already involved with the chapter, but then about that same time frame, Jim Neal, this guy mentioned a fellow by the name of Jim Neal, who was not able to be here. He really wanted to be here for this event. Jim Neal is a former Public Works Director for Charleston County. Just a very excited person. You get around him, you want to do great things. And I know that because he made us he created, he pushed, and he made it happen. Where we have now 4 branches in the South Carolina APWA chapter. We have to help us cover the whole state so that you don't have to drive all the way for one event in one year. So you guys with the CE Club, be thinking about that. Perhaps as you grow, you might, and actually you're already doing it because CE Club, now we got Beaufort and possibly, who else knows, right? Who else knows? Greenville area maybe next, Rock Hill perhaps, you don't know. But what he did was he helped to create those 4 branches. And because of that, I was able to serve as the education and membership committees, president for the branch, president for the chapter, and now, let me tell you how lucky I am. I am now the delegate for the South Carolina chapter for the national scene. And what that, you talking about opening doors, I'm meeting people from all over and getting to share ideas and whatnot with these people from Washington State. By the way, I got a quick story, and I'm bad about this, guys. I'll get off on a tangent. So, Chuck, you just smacked me up the side of the head here. All right, I got 2 minutes to tell this real cool story. I'm a big proponent on how small is this world, guys and gals. How small is this world? And let me tell you, for me, this is how small this world is. I went down to the PWX that we had in Atlanta a couple of weeks ago, all right? And back at the last week of May, a couple of buddies and I, we flew over to Spain to do the El Camino Trail. So we flew through Brussels Airport, we're standing there, we're getting ready to get on the plane, and there was these two ladies in front of us who had backpacks on, and they had their trail hiking poles there on the outside. Well, we were perplexed because Rick, my buddy, had read that FAA won't allow that. They will require you got to check them, and that's what we did. So it helped us to strike up a conversation with these two ladies. Well, they got on and we got on, and I'd lost track. Sunday morning, I'm there with my nephew, who, by the way, is in public works. He's been in there about 6 months, and I'm tickled pink by that. Works for Oconee County, Georgia. Anyways, Tristan and I, my nephew and I, were standing. I wanted him. Oh, you have not seen anything until you've been to an equipment expo at a national APWA conference. Incredible. And so I wanted Tristan to experience that. And so I tried to sneak him in. I did. And let me tell you what, those ladies down there at the entrance to the expo, they were very good. They turned me around. So anyways, Tristan and I walked back upstairs, and we went to the registration desk. And I was like, all right, I'll check to see about getting him a partial registration for that day. And there was this lady that was in front of me, and I said something, she laughed, she turned around, and I looked at her like, you look so familiar. But at first, and both of us were doing that. We're like, you look so familiar. Turns out it was one of those two ladies. Yes, it was Miss Brittany. I now know it's Brittany from Washington State. You never know where you're going to get the opportunity to network, folks, but do it. Do it. It's so cool. But yeah, small world, right? Small world. Well, listen, I think I've talked way too much, but I did want to share something that I think you folks, first of all, who are engineers in this room right now? Raise your hands. Come on now. Don't be shy about it. We got a good bit in here, right? And what do we have to do every year or maybe every 2 years, depending on which thing, right? We have to show that we've obtained our professional development hours. Well, the cool thing about APWA, and it's so easy to do this, and I just want to walk through that real quick, show you how easy it is. And if you ever have questions, feel free to call me. I will help you. Chuck will help you. Mark Johnson, I'll teach him and he'll help you, okay? All right? But these are an opportunity for, if you're interested, say for instance, well, I don't know, let's just jump right in and let's see just what it means. All right, so I want resources. Where's my mouse? There you go.
While Ken's looking for the websites there, I will mention too, since we're talking PDHs, committee members on PDHs, LLR will recognize 2 PDHs for participation on committees of professional organizations. Cheapest PDHs you'll ever get.
Absolutely. Yes, that's a very good point. How many of y'all are on committees right now and did not know that? Raise your hands. All right. I didn't know it for the longest time. How about that? It's a real good thing to know. All right. So anyways, apwa.org, that's how easy it is to get to the website. And on that website, resources, and then if I click on Resource Center, and it's cool, it's this easy, there you go, this easy to, all right, and just for kicks and giggles, I wanted to see these, first of all, these are hour-long presentations on all kinds of different subject matter, okay? So just for kicks and giggles, I typed in drone, uh-oh. Oops, gotta come up here. Let's see if I can do this. I'm only gonna do one keyword search then because of that. All right. And just like that, I can pull up, if I wanna know more about the use of drones for mapping, there was one also I saw the other day that was on sewer inspections, using drones for sewer inspections. You click on it, and then you can use this resource by clicking it. And for members, all right, now, I do have to say this, not all have the 1 hour PDH, and this is where you'd see it, but there's a whole bunch on there. So I just want you guys to know that, who are not members, and those who are members. No, it's that easy to get to these. When you get to December and you're trying to figure out how to get 12 hours of PDHs, here you go, that easy, okay? All right, I think I am done. Thank you all so much. Appreciate the opportunity to talk to you.
I think, Ken, the bottom line, APWA exists to protect and defend the profession of public police, fire, and ambulance, public works. Helene is on our doorstep, and TV reporters everywhere are talking about police and fire, but not public works. It has to be lockstep, because we are lockstep every day. And that's just one example. I mean, we're also working on workforce, and that's important for a lot of public works departments throughout the country. So we all working on things, and resources there for that. We have resources on the government affairs side if you need them. They work on the national level, they work on the state level too. They work in City Hall if you want. You just have to download them and use them and tailor them so they fit your argument. And they're all good arguments.
Excellent.
One other thing we didn't mention, the APWA website also has opportunities for grant opportunities. I know a lot of us could always use some grant funds for all these projects. If you'll go onto the APWA site, there's a tab there where there are grant opportunities. There's also under the government affairs the IIJA resource page where you can find out anything and everything you ever wanted to know about IIJA and where those funds may be or may be available, and how they're supposed to be trickling down to the states and to the local municipalities. And we're just going to have to see how that plays out. We all know there's a sunset on that IIJA money. We're working through the Government Affairs Committee and some of the folks that we've got up in D.C. already working on approaching members of Congress. What are we going to do when we get to this sunset and projects aren't finished, but funds have been committed, or there's still, billions of dollars on the table because the various departments in Washington couldn't get all of the money out fast enough, or Washington got it out, but the states could not wrap their hands around it and distribute it through SCORE and SCIP and RIA and some of the other programs we're familiar with. So there's very good information on there if you want to take the time to walk through it. That's really a big component of what the APWA is trying to do, and Mark is a huge part of that, trying to keep us informed and let us know what's going on. So don't be afraid to get on the website and take a look around.
Well, thank you guys very much for having this panel discussion. It's very informative, and I'm sure everybody join me in a round of applause here.
Rock and roll, loved it.
All right, we've got a few minutes before the first afternoon session if y'all want a bathroom break, whatever. But coming up here at 12:30, we will be having a presentation right in here, Doing Business with SCDOT by Elizabeth Penn Sanders, the resident maintenance engineer, Beaufort County SCDOT. So stick around for this one or go to one of the other presentations, and we'll see you in a few minutes. Is this working? Let me make sure that's working. Hey, y'all, if I could have your attention, please, we'll start up with the next presentation here. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Glad that you're sticking around. I'm hoping that you're not going to fall asleep with that wonderful barbecue. This afternoon session, we're going to have the first one, doing business with SCDOT maintenance. I'm happy to introduce Elizabeth Penn Sanders with SCDOT Beaufort. Elizabeth's Director of Facilities Operations for Beaufort Maintenance. She manages personnel encroachment permits and contracts, ensuring work meets established strategic goals. She has served the last 8.5 years with South Carolina Department of Transportation in Beaufort County. She is a 2023 Leadership, Education, and Development graduate of SCDOT. Originally from Georgia, she found her way to Beaufort County in 2006. She is a civil engineering graduate from the Citadel. Elizabeth enjoys exploring the beautiful outdoors of the Lowcountry with her family and playing golf. And with that, I will turn it over to Elizabeth Penn Sanders from SCDOT.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you for that introduction. And thanks for allowing me to be here today to speak with you all on SCDOT maintenance. So this is going to give you a few highlights and insight, kind of unveiling the curtain of SCDOT and the local level of DOT with maintenance. Now, starting at the top, we are led by a Secretary of Transportation. We have 9 commissioners, and we are divided into 7 districts. So this is going to be like a DOT 101. So we have 46 maintenance offices, and at Beaufort Maintenance, we are full staffed at 41 employees. Currently, we have 31, so we are hiring. Some of our core activities, very similar to the local municipal public works departments, are going to be surface repairs, pothole patching, and in yellow, these are our core activities: shoulders, ditching, brush management, herbicide, limb management, sign replacements, and maintenance. A couple of examples of some road work, some ditching, and storm debris cleanup in there. For asset management, we utilize a system called Highway Maintenance Management System, HMMS. It's proprietary to SCDOT. They are looking to do an overhaul, and it will be called EAMS, Enterprise Maintenance, Asset Maintenance System, EAMS. There we go. Love acronyms at the DOT. So, in the asset management of HMMS, currently, this is where we're logging all of our daily work reports, special events. We can do a lot of budgeting and planning in there. Our stockpiles, this is our live-all breathing database and document of every day in and out with materials and labor hours. Some of our maintenance plans that we are constantly working on as living documents, such as one that would be implemented today with the storm event occurring, are for emergency plans for snow and ice, hurricane plans, and debris management, and working with our local partners when they implement those partnership agreements to help with the first push or debris management portions of the debris cleanup. We are also responsible for doing daytime inspections and nighttime on our infrastructure for the state. You can see for daytime inspections of our assets, we would do 6 months for primaries, and yearly we're inspecting our routes for secondaries. Nighttime inspections, that's going to occur yearly. It happens over a 2-week period, more in the winter months, so that we are checking for the reflectivity of our signs and pavement markings. We have a vegetation management plan. We are also looking at drainage verification on a 6-year cycle, where we're going out and inspecting the drainage system and have divided our routes on a 6-year cycle to do that. Our assigned maintenance plan is on a 12-year cycle. We refer to it as EDM or ED 57. We are directed by these engineering directives through our Director of Maintenance office. Set those guidelines and standards. That's an example of one there, the ED8 on the screen for our daytime inspections. We also have a large system of guardrail, so those are being inspected on a 5-year cycle. So lots of plans, lots of infrastructure, lots of inspections are necessary to keep up with maintenance. Some of the items that we've elected to contract, we have on an on-call basis. We are looking to move towards a bi-yearly pavement marking plan of contracting. We are looking at doing a 6-year cycle for the road system, and that would be for pavement markings. And then we also have full depth patching that we do a contract out. We have brush management, limb management contracts. These are some examples of how we try to keep the clear zone free of limbs and brush. We have also put out pipelining contracts. We mow and sweep and have started a new program last year for litter pickup contracting on the state system. Thank you to our legislators for that heavy funding on litter pickup. For mowing, a lot of people don't realize what that season looks like for our state roads, and that's going to be from April 1st to November 15th. We have 6 cycles for primary routes that we are maintaining and cutting the grass, and we have 4 cycles that we do secondary routes. A couple of oddities, we did try to pick up a 5th cycle for secondary routes on 2 routes because they have built them more like a primary roadway with their offset sidewalk and nice curb and gutter, which have a appearance of needing a higher level of service. So occasional, you may see a 5th cycle for secondary in there. And there's a photo of the tractor mowers that we utilize. These are not zero turn. These are tractor mowers with that expectation. So we also have a shop facility. Our maintenance yard is located in Beaufort, across from the DMV. We are fully functional with our own fueling service, mechanical shop, and maintenance yard where we house all of our equipment. We also have a section shed located on Hilton Head Island. But here we store all of our vehicles and equipment. Our shop is responsible for doing all the preventative maintenance, tracking the utilization of all of our equipment, providing equipment certifications like forklift certifications, and implementing demos and vendor training on our new equipment. We also perform environmental inspections on our facility and yard and ensuring that we're in OSHA compliance. We have warehouse accountability, and we conduct monthly safety meetings that we're responsible for keeping all employees up to date, current, and safely trained. Now, the big item and takeaway for you guys and for the public today that are tuning in is, how do you find a work request? How do you make a work request? You have an issue that you found on the state route and you want to report it, but you don't know who to go to. Do you call it in? Do you mail it in? Do you maybe use the fax machine? No. Here's a great tool of utilizing this QR code, and there is an online form you can fill out. You can even drop a pin on the map to help us locate the problem location even more efficiently than trying to just take the information down. So please utilize that map. Real easy to use, user-friendly. Drop all your information in there, and then include your contact information so we can reach out and find if our job was satisfactory or if there are continuing problems or reoccurrences that you have found. So please share that, use that. Biggest thing to take away is please submit your work request so that we know. If we can't fix it if we don't know about it. One overview I wanted to share with you for our external work requests that we do receive. You will find that We have a variety of work requests that we've been working on, and predominantly you'll see in Beaufort, we mostly work on mowing, vegetation, and drainage concerns. We have a lot of litter complaints that are sent in, but thanks to that newly funded litter contracts, we're able to keep up with that. The black portion on the wheel are the pothole repairs and requests that we've had. And we also install driveways if they meet the requirements. DOT will install the driveway. So you'll see that our goal is to complete our work requests within 30 days, and Beaufort currently does meet that goal at 76%, is meeting the goal. So we strive to do better every day. We also are over encroachment permits are submitted through our local maintenance office. A couple of guides that we utilize for this are going to be the Access Roadside Management Standards and the Utility Accommodation Manuals. Now locally, we'll be reviewing any of the residential permits, and anything less than 50 units will be reviewed at the local office. The utilities that we're responsible for are all of them: water, sewer, electric, gas, communications. The massive fiber build-outs that you see, those all go through our office. Development that will always need water and sewer, they come through our office too. We do have a district permit engineer, and she is based out of the Charleston office. Her name's Julie Fleming, and she handles all of our commercial permits, but anything residential or utility is handled at the local level. And we also have blanket permits for those constant users for utilities. So anything under 2 inches or less and meets the other special provisions, they have the opportunity to utilize a blanket permit instead of constantly needing to upload and go through the process. They can streamline theirs a little bit with service installations. And another QR code to take you to that quick link. I joked I really wanted to make a bingo card to see. There'll be a lot of QR codes throughout you'll see, but I hope you will take a picture of them, take them with you, utilize them at a later date, and share them with those that may need them as a quick access to these items. So more encroachment permits would be, a lot of the municipalities are looking at traffic calming devices, and there's a great guideline. I would encourage the engineers and the municipalities to check out those traffic calming guidelines before submitting your encroachment permit, but that resource is out there. Also, I would like to encourage the Public Works departments to check out the MUTCD and the utility companies. We are always and avidly watching for safe practices of traffic control, and we, at the DOT maintenance office, you can see also install driveways. We review subdividing properties and issue coordination letters. We also work through damage claims and FOIAs, the Freedom of Information that goes through those requests in our office as well. Just to share a little bit about SCDOT's impact, excuse me, locally in Beaufort, you'll see that the primary route system total lane miles is going to be about 550. And the lane miles contracted from 2019 to 2023 for primary routes was 54. And that cost is $6 million, just over $6 million, with a total of just under 11 miles. And the percent contracted for the primary system is 1.98%. Now, I won't go through every number on the sheet, but I do want you to pay close attention to the difference on the non-federal aid side. That number is significantly lower, and the funding is lower in the non-federal aid, because that'll come up later in the presentation. In 2023, these were some routes that we chose to resurface, with primary routes being 278 Business and Charleston Highway, US 17, a half-mile section, and then Lands End Road and Islands Causeway. Now, the half a mile of US 17 and 278 Business have been completed, and they are actively paving or maybe not today with the rain, but this week and next, you will definitely be seeing Islands Causeway be undergoing paving, and then Lands End. So that's 2023. Now we see that we have in 2024, we continue on those segments due to funding allocations. And once we've reached the dollar amount, we move to the next. So 2024 it is to complete a large section of US 17, and it'll go all the way from the half-mile ending point, which is basically that county line segment, down to Old Sheldon. So a massive corridor of resurfacing of US 17. Then we have active projects right now is US 278 and 170 ramps, with a project undergoing with Beaufort County. For federal aid funding, we have the rest of Lands End Road, or portion of continuing down Lands End Road, and then the rest of Islands Causeway will be finished with the non-federal aid secondary allotment of funds in 2024. Our 2025 proposed pavement program is 278, just short of Simmonsville down to the flyover for just after Moss Creek. We are also doing looking at doing Castle Hall, S3, and Detour Road, as well as First Boulevard, Spanish Point Drive in the city of Beaufort. I wanted to encourage you to check out this webpage with this QR code here. You're going to be able to view all SCDOT projects that are active, all rehab, resurfacing projects, safety projects, MPO and COGS. This is a great resource to just get a very overview of all projects and activity that's going on in our region, or the whole state. You can view more than just Beaufort. You can see this across the state. Now, just briefly touching on that, the County Transportation Committee, the C program, is a partnership between DOT and the counties to fund local transportation projects. It's funded by the 3.99 cents per gallon gasoline tax to each of the 46 counties based on the population, land area, rural road mileage. And just wanted to throw the district representatives for that transportation committee visible there, because sometimes we need to voice our opinion of what routes that we feel too are in need, or just to become more informed, you can reach out to your representative. And I wanted to highlight too the fact that we looked at the non-federal aid route was one of the lower funded portions of our pavement program, and thankfully the County Transportation Committee is using their 25% of the funding that comes from the state on the state road system to help push the improvement of that non-federal aid category. So we do appreciate the partnership with the CTC program and Beaufort County for committing to do that. So a little bit of the insights and how to navigate DOT a little easier as an outside user of the website, and maybe a big education component of, is my road a DOT road or not? Who owns this road? Who maintains this road? A lot of people aren't aware and they don't know how to find that. So there is a DOT Street Finder, QR code attached. But you can enter in any county, you could be anywhere, and enter your road name. You can get the road number, and this one, for example, you can see there's 3 different segments of the same road name, and it's 74, 183, and then a portion is also a local road. Another favorite piece to share of mine is, do you know the color of the street name sign itself? So if it's a green sign, then it's potentially a county sign. But if it has a black placard above the sign or on the stop sign as an S-7 number, 7 is our county of Beaufort, S means that it's a secondary route. So that's a sure sign it's a state road. If it's a green sign with a barcode, then most likely there's also a way to see that that's a Beaufort County sign. If it's a blue sign, it's private. County nor state maintain that roadway. So, being that we do have a storm today, I wanted to also share some road conditions, ability to have a visual of, where are the roads closed? What is the active condition of a storm event? Or maybe there's some long-term work going on where a bridge is out and the road is closed. You can utilize this location with the QR code to see the storm resources, to get active road conditions, not just in Beaufort County, but all counties, statewide, to see what's going on, a great hurricane guide, and just get a 511 traveler and see what type of conditions is going on, and what messages, what closures, what slowdown or delays. Also has great live traffic updates. I did want to highlight, because I feel like one of the hardest things in maintenance currently is also finding the avenues for significant training and getting investing in our skilled labor for what is today and tomorrow. So I wanted you to check out this local technical assistant program. We utilize this a lot with SCDOT maintenance, from anything from chainsaw, learning how to use basic use of a chainsaw. I hear a lot of great things from the crews that come back from that class. How to drop a tree, how to properly use the chainsaw. We can't just hand you the chainsaw and say, get to work. You have to have your proper PPE. You have to know where to make the cuts and where to look out for those loads that are gonna shift while you make your cutting. So, another great thing is we talked about the work zone traffic control. They also offer a program that focuses on utility, county, and municipal contractor employees and DOT employees on how to implement proper work zone traffic control. So I would encourage you to check them out for that, but they have a lot of other great courses beyond work zone safety, like we mentioned, chainsaw, tractor mowing, anything you can think of, and they're always looking for more suggestions and ideas, and so am I. So if you have a program that maybe your public works department utilizes or training that you have access to, I would love to hear from you as well to get that information, because you can never have enough education and training for your employees. So this is the guide to, like a flip book, we like to call it, a little shortcut the contractors like to use, but they do have one geared specifically for municipal use for counties, utilities, and contractors. That makes it a quick reference book that they have available too. And this is going to be a couple of slides geared towards field problem solving. So I know there were a lot of engineers in the room earlier today. There are some here right now. But this is going to be the next few slides too, like in the field problem solving. Where can I find examples of how that was built? Where is that located? What are the dimensions of that? What are some standards that I can refer back to? You can have access to these standard drawings. And my favorite thing is to just click for all, and then you can Google search that bar to find exactly what you're looking for, because sometimes the user portion of this isn't as friendly. So just go ahead and pull all of them and then search through that bar on specific things like catch basins or curb and gutters or sidewalks. It's going to give you a lot of great detail. Road Plans Library, you can have access to help find the specifics to your road, whether you're looking for the pipe size, the cross-section, what does this segment look like, where is this water going, was there ever a catch basin at this corner? We don't know. Let's check the plans out. And they can be from the 50s. We have those too. They can be from the 80s. So we utilize this a lot for on-the-go problem solving. Definitely thankful. And for the upgrades that they have made to this database. But you can have a subscription to this as well and access any of our state road plans. And I just wanted to throw a thanks out there to Beaufort County, as it is Stormwater Awareness Week, and I probably use their website rivals with social media use for their GIS data collection of the stormwater infrastructure that is in place, the contours, the easements, the pipes. I'm so thankful to have this as a resource, and I would highly encourage your own counties and municipalities to look at GIS data collection and having that as a resource for you, because I can't tell you how much I use this, and it's gotten me out of a lot of water issues and quick, knowledgeable areas of where to send it, where is it supposed to go, why are we getting held up in this location at this corner. Utilize this website significantly. So, and then they have a couple of great stormwater activities coming up on the 27th and the 28th to make sure you check them out as well. And I love a good show and tell. So what one person calls a pothole may actually turn into those pesky utilities at it again and have bored through our storm drain. You can see on the right photo. What was once called in as just a pothole was actually a communication bore through the storm drain, and then you can see the water service lateral in there as well. So maintenance, you never know what you're going to find when you dig it up. And a certified pothole location, it's definitely greater than 2 inches. This is a location when we were evaluating US 17, where it has CMRB and then the open graded friction course. And you can see some of that failure in the pavement there and why it made a significant jump on the list to need for resurfacing. And this is where we're cleaning out a conflict box here. We also do not like those. I'm sure you don't either. And this is a sewer line that is going through one of our catch basins here. And then, I don't know if you can see what's actually in the other one on the right of the screen. It's located next to the tennis courts. I'm sure you can tell by the significant number of tennis balls that are located in there. So, like I said, you never know what you're going to find unless you open it up. I just wanted to highlight, too, some issues that we have reoccurring issues on some shoulder areas that have turned into high traffic turn locations where people just can't wait one more moment to get over because they want to make that right turn. So this is a product we tested out from EcoRaster, and it definitely cut down on our times we had to go back and address that shoulder issue from holding water, drop-offs, just really rutting it out. This was an approach we had on a couple of locations to help with our shoulder problems. On the right, you can see where we did some strengthening and leveling. We actually put a couple of layers here for raising a causeway just in asphalt 2 inches. We did 2 lifts of 2 inches to try to assist. However, in this next photo, this is Warsaw Island on the left, and this is Bailey's Causeway on the right. You can see we still have a lot of flooding, causeway, coastal, tidal inundation, rain events that still make us susceptible to these problems that we hope in the coming years with the resiliency plans that we can solve some of these. think there's a video here. So this is Bailey's Causeway. We talked about we had pipelining contracts. We actually lined 2 pipes on this causeway, and thankfully it stayed. The causeway is in place. It survived this overtopping occurrence, and thankfully, being mindful with maintenance dollars, anything in excess that we had from the day, we added to the shoulders of this causeway, and you can see how that aided in that sustaining the erosion that would have occurred. And then just a fun photo to share, though also with rising tides crossing this edge of pavement line, so too does the fiddler crab, and you can see our truck in the background. But this was a good day because we were able to open this roadway back up as the water had receded from Tropical Storm Debbie. And then one of my favorite things to do and have done with the department has been career days with the kids. This is from Shanklin Elementary School, and a wonderful drawing of my assistant resident maintenance engineer and myself when we took the dump truck and backhoe to the elementary school, and I'll always remember that, so I appreciate that one. So this is your free space. For those of you that were following along with bingo, okay? This is your free space, so make sure you check this one out. This is a really big one. So I'll give you just a second. But these are all of our vacancies that we have available, and we'd love to see you join our team as well if you know of anybody out there looking for a job. But I always love to share that one. But I appreciate your time today and hope you got to see a little insight into SCDOT maintenance, what we do day in, day out. I can't say thank you enough to the Public Works, the employees of the Public Works departments, our DOT maintenance office. I know every day how hard you're out there working, and what you do matters. From the tree that you keep from falling in the roadway to the drainage that you're assisting from your ditching efforts and shoulder operations. Thank you very much. But I hope you enjoyed getting to know a little bit more about DOT. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Elizabeth. That was very informative. Our next presentation will start at 1:30, so y'all have a chance to visit our vendors and use the restroom and talk amongst yourselves. Hello? Oh, good. If we could all take our seats and we'll begin the final session for today. This is for roadway, and we are going to have Mrs. Brittany Bishop reimagine Rebo Road. Brittany Bishop is the Program and Finance Manager for Beaufort County Engineering Department. As a Beaufort native, she has a passion for serving the citizens and visitors of the Lowcountry through capital improvements of our transportation infrastructure. Throughout her career, Brittany has demonstrated a strong proficiency in program and project development, leveraging her expertise to tackle complex technical challenges with precision and creativity. She has a proven track record of success in consultant management, financial management, data analysis, and public involvement. She has effectively led cross-functional teams, fostering a culture of innovation and excellence to deliver projects on time and within budget. Outside of her professional endeavors, Brittany is passionate about the Lowcountry environment and supporting local businesses. You can find her in her free time exploring the rivers in her kayak or dining with her family and friends at local restaurants. She demonstrates her commitment to making a positive impact both within and beyond her role with Beaufort County. Please join me in welcoming Brittany Bishop.
Woo, thank you. Like Mark said, let's see, can everybody hear me? I just don't want to be too loud, okay? Sorry, it's echoing. So my name is Brittany Bishop. I'm the Program and Finance Manager for Beaufort County Engineering Department. And what does that mean? That means that I have the pleasure of developing projects from financial planning actual programs in Beaufort County for transportation needs, and then being able to develop those plans and get them over to construction so we can implement some of the things that we have been studying throughout the years. So Reimagine Rebo Road is a master study of a corridor. Just for anyone who's not familiar with the Beaufort area, just wanted to give you a little bit of map just to see where those primary routes are. We are tucked in below Colleton County, beside Hampton County, and kind of hugged by Jasper County on the coastline of South Carolina. The main routes that affect us throughout the corridors or throughout this county is going to be 95, 17, 21, US 278, and SC 170. So Rebo Road technically is a US 21 route. It is between the city of Beaufort and the town of Port Royal in north of the broad Beaufort County. It's a 5.5 mile corridor approximately from Boundary Street to the Bell Bridge. And basically, we've heard a lot of complaints about this corridor, major intersection improvements that are going to be needed. So we decided to study this as a whole. The municipalities have their own separate study, and as a county, we wanted to bring all of those together to incorporate one plan to have a complete street. And when you think of complete streets, what are some of the things that you think of? Sidewalks, traffic calming, what else? Crosswalks, biking. Yeah, so for us, for a county project, the number one is safety. We want to do a complete street vibe for this corridor in order to improve the safety. So the first thing that we do is data collection. So this is a busy corridor, like I said, between the two municipalities. The county actually has no jurisdiction in this area. But we wanted to come together as partners in order to produce this plan. So the data collection we did, so on the left side, you're going to see those intersections and whether or not they are doing good, which is in the green, or they're failing in the red. And as you can see throughout the corridor, we have major failures right there at Paris Avenue, Ladies Island Drive, Mossy Oaks Road, and then up at Boundary Street. In that residential section, we're seeing a lot of delays. On the right-hand side in that diagram right there, that is our crash rates. So the crash rates are mostly angled or side swipes in this corridor. The volumes of the traffic have actually decreased north of Ladies Island Drive, and the reason being, it was back in 2011, we added a second span to the McTier Bridge. So everybody who was originally going and either utilizing the one span bridge at McTier, in order to get around that, they were going downtown through Beaufort to get to Ladies Island. Speeding was another problem without this corridor. So as you can see over in the right corner, it's very, very small. It's the speed limit throughout this corridor is 35 miles per hour. The clocking of this was 46 miles per hour, and this was actually requested from a resident in this corridor to put that speed trailer out there. We also looked at biking conditions and walking conditions. As you see in that top picture, it's a 5-foot sidewalk, and the lady is walking her dog furthest away from the road. She's walking closest to the grass, which is something we heard a lot, is that people just don't feel safe walking that close to a travel lane. And in that bottom picture, you can see where 2 people are trying to bike side by side, and there's no space, so he actually has his bike in the road, which is not optimal. Some of the other data collection that we did was jurisdictional involvement, understanding from our partners what their problems are, what their needs are. We had 6 advisory committees, and these were our planning and engineering departments within each one of our jurisdictions. We had biweekly coordination calls as a team with Stantec, and then we had focus groups. We did some online polling. We did it in 3 different ways. We did an interactive map, we did a general survey for the residents in the area, and then we did a business survey. And it approximately, with their population of being about 30,000 between both municipalities, we had a really good response rate. And then what are the things that we did in order to get the public's involvement? So we held a symposium. This symposium was very intimate style. We were over at TCL for all 3 meetings. We had maps that were laid out over the tables, and people could actually write and circle where those problem areas are in order to give that information to the team to develop this plan. So once we got all of the data collection, we've heard all the feedback from everyone. We did a 3-day design workshop where we actually had the planners and engineers in real time from 8 o'clock in the morning to 6 o'clock at night working. You could come in at any time and tell us, hey, there's a lighting issue at this intersection, we need to have that fixed. Or hey, we're really concerned about this tree, can you save that? Absolutely. So we were designing the project while we were receiving the input. And then the last was the open house. So with the open house, we presented our preferred alternative, and that's what I'm going to present to you today. So starting over at the City of Beaufort's jurisdiction, we have Boundary Street. So originally, Boundary Street was one of the plans that the City of Beaufort completed back in 2006. In their plan, it showed that a roundabout would be sufficient for this intersection. So it's one of the options that we put into our plan. And then we also looked at a traditional intersection at request of the City of Beaufort. Then we have enhanced streetscaping, undergrounding utilities throughout this corridor, and along with roundabouts at major intersections in order to reduce the speeds and congestion. So this was the controversial piece of the plan, road dieting. It's not something we've ever seen in Beaufort, not that I'm aware of. If anybody else knows, please let me know, because I would love to go out and see it. But we're going to be reducing what is currently a 4-lane undivided section down to a 3-lane section. So you would have 2 travel lanes and then a center turning lane with very strategic medians, not like Boundary Street. The biggest complaint that we get with Boundary Street is the consistent medians, and that was part of that plan. A part of our plan is so that we can just get pedestrians to cross over the road. So the road diet wasn't ideal for everyone, which I'll get into later on. So we had to look at some other alternatives. So alternative 1 was just enhancing the pedestrian accommodation. So adding a multi-use sidewalk pathway onto one side of the road, keeping the existing infrastructure on the other side of the road, but then enhancing through streetscaping, adding lighting, undergrounding our utilities. Even at 5 foot, maybe there's a utility pole right there. Maybe we can underground that utility pole and there's no longer a conflict. So if someone's walking on the sidewalk with you, you may be able to step over into the grass. You would have that space. Alternative B is a widening. This is also very controversial. So the widening would be from that 4-lane section to a 5-lane divided section, once again with pedestrian accommodations that are enhanced. As you can see here with that multi-use sidewalk on the right side, we'd be adding a buffer, a grass buffer, that will allow us to give some more environmental aesthetics to this project, and a place to put in lighting or landscaping as needed. So just to kind of take a look, here is Depot Road to Reynolds Street. This is what it currently looks like today. And if we decided to do that road diet, this is what it could look like. Once again, all of those streetscaping features are shown. So before and after. Which one would you choose? And then from Reynolds Street to Allison Road, this is the area that is a public service use. We've got Beaufort Memorial Hospital, we have the Technical College of the Lowcountry. So here is where we're going to be taking the existing 5-lane that is on Rebo Road from this section, and we'll be reducing that into that road diet as soon as we get into that residential section with that roundabout. Everywhere between Allison Road and Ladies Island Drive is going to remain as current infrastructure is with the lanes. We'd be reducing the lanes down to 11 foot. We would be streetscaping where needed, undergrounding those utilities, and then once again, those strategic medians. And so that would be the cross section. And here's a section with those who are familiar. This is over near Piggly Wiggly and Kappa Closet. This is the 5-lane section as it is today. And here's what we envision it looking like in the future. And projects like this also help contribute to economic development and redevelopment of areas. So if you're from the Beaufort area or have been visiting here for a long time, you know that this section of commercial is dilapidated infrastructure. They have been improving it over the years, but a streetscaping project can really bring beautification and revitalization to an area that needs improvement. From Mossy Oaks Boulevard to Ladies Island Drive, this is one of the most congested sections of this roadway. Ladies Island and St. Helena Islands have grown in population massively over the last 5 years. When COVID hit in 2019, a lot of people moved down to Beaufort. We're now at a current population of 190,000, though the majority of that is south of the Broad. And north of the Broad, Ladies Island is that place that has been developing the fastest. So that intersection at Ladies Island Drive is a pinch point in this corridor. So knowing that this needed to be improved immediately, we have gone under contract for the design of a channelized right turn. This is a near-term improvement project that we are currently working on and hoping to have constructed by next year to relieve the congestion while we go ahead and plan for the funding and plan for the projects inside of this master plan. And then we get down into the Port Royal section of this corridor, from Ladies Island Drive to Paris Avenue. So those who may be familiar with Pinckney Boulevard, this is right in front of the Naval Hospital. It's also the Naval Hospital park that is over there with Beaufort County's skate park north of the Broad. And this is the before of the intersection, and this is after. So this is realigning Pinckney Boulevard, signalizing this intersection, adding those traffic control devices. And then from Paris Avenue to the Russell Bell Bridge, where the project ends, Port Royal has studied it. They have been improving their infrastructure for quite some time. So we would just come in and do some enhancements. We've also took into consideration Paris Avenue intersection. The town of Port Royal has been working on this, and we wanted to ensure that we had collaboration inside of our plan so that there's cohesiveness. And then the Spanish Moss Trail. So this will be a hawk signalization. If you're familiar with the hawk that is on Robert Smalls over near the new Publix, it would be the same infrastructure in place. And we currently have constructed up into Rebo, and we're working on that crossing over into Port Royal and future down to the Sands Beach, which is a popular destination. We talked about gateway treatments and what this can bring to a community. So because these are two municipalities, how do we give each jurisdiction their sense of place? You go to town of Port Royal because I think their motto is funky, cool, something like that. In the city of Beaufort, it's more about their history. So we want to make sure that within each jurisdiction, we give them their own sense of style. And then the big question is, what does it cost? What is it going to cost us to get this done? So we broke out, originally we were thinking about what are those near-term improvements that we could complete. So maybe we can go ahead and install those roundabouts. So we broke out the cost for each one of those roundabouts being approximately $2 million to $3 million. And as we see costs increase, this number would also possibly increase. And then undergrounding utilities, this is a very generous number. I think it's going to cost a lot more to underground those utilities, and we've also been had discussions with BJWSA about them improving their mainline pipe on the corridor when we come in. That way we're only breaking ground once. So they would pay for their portion, but we would also work on undergrounding all communications and electric. And then the total project costs for each one of those alternative is approximately $45 million. And that's a lot of funding. So how do we get this kind of funding? So our local funding is made up of several different fees. We've got our road use fee. That is $20 on your car registration that you pay annually. That goes directly from your pocket to the county for road and transportation improvements. Then we have impact fees. These are the fees that are paid by our developers, and they're also paid by residents. When you come in and you impact physically Beaufort County, you have to pay your portion of what that impact is going to be, because adding people to our area is going to increase our needs for libraries, it's going to increase our needs for parks, and it increases our demand on our transportation system. So that's one of the other funding sources. As Elizabeth went over today, we also have the C funds that we collect through the gas tax in collaboration with SCDOT. 33% of that has to go back on the state routes, but then the rest of the funding we can actually use for local roads. And then the last we've got two more. We've got sales tax referendums. It's one of the best ways for a county to earn funds. We are not fully, as residents, paying for it, especially as we're in a destination area. People who come here would also be paying on that tax. And then we have bonding. So we can also, as a county, a local government, bond projects or portions of these projects to get things done. So this is one of the things that coming out of the master plan that we would be evaluating in order to make sure that this plan doesn't sit on a shelf and this plan actually gets constructed. But then we hit a brick wall, right? Because though these projects are fun and though we think that these are great ideas, not everybody thinks that it's a great idea. So here's the public responses that we have received. They have not all been positive. So starting with one that actually came from an elected official. When I saw the final plan, I was furious. I have been listening to our citizens and have yet to hear one person who likes it. That's kind of heartbreaking, right? You've been working so hard on this for a year and you get these comments. I have never seen a more universally hated project in all my life. Are you kidding me? Haven't you done enough damage? Right? I'm here to provide my services to improve, and yet people have this feeling that I'm here just to harm. So these are kind of this is one of those processes that you get hit with this type of negativity, and it can become soul crushing, especially when you're very passionate about a project. But there's tons of lessons that can be learned, right? This is my favorite comment. Anybody know Chris Crocker? He's the leave Brittany alone. Yeah, this was made for the project, and if they print it on a shirt, I may want one. But let's talk about those lessons learned. We've got our stakeholder and partners, along with the public, understanding their positions. So out of the whole entire plan, there was only one problem, and that was the road diet section. So if we talked about the road diet, we talked about just enhancing pedestrians, but if we enhance the pedestrian accommodations, we're not addressing the traffic, the problems with the speeding, the collisions, all those conflict points, especially in that residential section where there's so many driveways. To compromise. The engineer's solution isn't always the solution. So once again, no road diet. It was a great idea. We were all behind it 100%. I've spoken with many other engineers and planning firms who have reviewed this project, and they agree. This works. However, back to that compromise. We have to, in order to get something like this to roll, to actually go to construction, we need to compromise. Because if not, then nothing gets done, and we just wasted all this money on a plan for nothing. It's a long and exhausting process. Project development is not easy. It's a lot of fun, but so you need to celebrate those milestones throughout the process as they come. And then government projects have political influence. That is a fact. So going back to that first comment from the elected official that everyone that he's talked to hated this project, even though throughout the whole entire development of this project, we received public input. It wasn't till the end, until we were ready to package all this up, tie a big bow on it, and get going, we were told, no, you're not moving forward at all. You're gonna sit down right where you are and figure something else out. So we have to work collaboratively for that win-win situation. So sure, we may not get the road diet, We're going to enhance resiliency by undergrounding the utilities. We're going to improve those pedestrian accommodations. We're going to bring some beauty to this corridor with landscaping and lighting and gateway treatments. And then none of this project, and I went really fast, but this project couldn't have been done without the collaboration of not only everybody who participated with Beaufort County, the City of Beaufort, the Town of Port Royal, and Stantec, but all the citizens who've contributed to this project. So moving forward, what do we do next? So the next steps is to button up this master plan with all of its alternatives, and we'll be having a public meeting at the end of October is the goal. We're not going to be presenting a preferred alternative this time, because we saw how that turned out last time. What we're going to do is we're going to be polling a little bit more. Now that this is on everybody's radar, everybody's tuning in because public doesn't always participate in the process. They just, if their voices aren't heard by us, we don't know what the issue is. And they're not going to give us their voices until they see something that they either agree with or disagree with. And most of the time when they agree with it, they're not going to say anything because we're the government. We're just going to do whatever we want anyway, right? That's not how it works. This is a democracy. So we're going to be finalizing that plan, having that public meeting, and actually getting to work and putting in these improvements to make this corridor a complete street and safe for all. Any questions? No? Okay. That's perfect. No.
Okay, folks, well, we have a few minutes before the closing remarks, so we have a couple more vendors out there, and we'll see you back here in a few minutes. Closing remarks, and then we'll be out of here in time for whatever this tropical storm is called. Helene? Yeah. Well, I want to thank everybody for coming today. I know it was a challenge with the weather and all like that, but thank you all for coming. I think we had a really great conference, and we'll do it again next year. But in the meantime, we're going to have some closing remarks from Jared Fralix. He's Beaufort County Assistant County Administrator for Infrastructure, and Mr. Terrence Neely, City of Rock Hill Public Works Director, and this year's President of the Lowcountry branch, of the whole South Carolina chapter, APWA. So Terrence is a big cheese for the entire state. So we'll have them up to do some closing remarks, and then that'll be it. So thanks.
Well, thanks everybody. What a day, right? I mean, so this was the first time ever. So you never know how things are going to work on the first time. You just kind of rip the Band-Aid off, give it a whirl, and here we are. So really proud of today. My first experience with APWA was probably a little over 10 years ago, 10 or 12 years ago. And I was the county engineer at Colleton County, and at the time was the first county engineer. Our public works department was pretty much just roads and bridges, grading dirt roads. That's all they did. So they weren't connected with any professional organization or anything. It was just field work. So somehow or another I got connected, I don't even remember exactly how, with APWA. My first event was the state conference in Greenville at the time. And right off from the get-go, everybody was warm, welcoming, say, hey, I never seen you here. So just a great opportunity. And then the thing that was probably most meaningful was I had the opportunity to get involved with the young professionals. We all went out. We had our own kind of little event. Everybody does something in the evening. We went out. Somebody had a company card. So it was a fun event. And from there, though, I met a lot of folks that ended up being friends across the state and have been involved with them. I don't see them every day, but if I have a question or I was like, oh, I know somebody in that county, or I can reach out to another county. And I think that's the big part that APWA and different associations bring, is that networking component and networking event where just meeting in the relationships. And the great thing about relationships is that we're people. We're emotionally tied people, maybe some more emotional than others, but emotionally tied together. And it's when we're together is when we really develop ideas. And even today, us sitting here today is just from an idea where we have like-minded people that were thinking about, hey, this would be a great idea. And from a great idea said, okay, well, go for it. And then that was it. And really this idea came from Mark and Pamela, and they said, what about this? And pitched it, and I said, hey, that sounds great. And they went to the races. And an idea came from a discussion, and then they actually moved it forward and put a lot of time, effort, and energy, and that implemented to what we're all sitting here today. Another thing that came out of an idea is internal to Beaufort County. I went to that young professionals opportunity and met people, and we had a lot of young professionals, particularly inside public works, and said, what would it be if we got together like the young professionals? So we created our kind of young professionals, emerging leaders group inside Beaufort County. And some of those, you saw a few volunteers here today, they were helping out because of that. And all those things, like I said, came from just us getting together as folks and with a common mission and a common goal. And that's essentially what we've done here today. So whether we're public sector or private sector, we all have come with the idea and the mission to, one, make ourselves better, and then that we're better together. And so that doesn't go without notice, and just inside Public Works specifically, and in the engineering department, you see those things as a common theme. I think somebody mentioned, maybe Mr. Moore this morning in opening comments, that usually these are the people that are working behind the scenes, that are helping out on a day like today when we have a hurricane implement weather coming towards us. Thankfully, this is not our main event. Other people in other parts of the country are having much more severe weather than we are. But this is the group that gets things like that done. So I'm encouraged about today because all the things that we've heard from different, whether they're speakers or presentations, we weren't unfortunate due to the weather to have some of the demonstrations outside, but all these were sharing opportunities, talking about things that have worked well for us or things that may work in your community, all with the goal of building each other up. So I hope that each and every one of you have taken a piece today, that you just don't go back at the end of the day and say that, well, I logged another 8 hours. Hopefully you logged another friendship, you logged another opportunity, you learned about something that you can go back to your community or your workplace and make that area so much better. I'd be remiss if I didn't thank everybody, and specifically our sponsors. So I've already mentioned South Carolina Public Works Association, specifically the Lowcountry branch, and also the Beaufort Regional Civil Engineering Club, CE Club. That was started by another idea and conversation. That was Brian. He's been Brian Bauer, leading that effort from concept. So we had a discussion. Brian said, what about this? And hasn't looked back. And then lastly is our Beaufort County Public Works Department. A lot of the folks that were represented and established and implemented this were members of our Public Works Association. So thank you for that. As mentioned, we had a few other departments that were helping broadcasting team. So I know we're all thankful to be able to hear and have this stuff, but just to have such a department like that can come and be a resource is just a blessing that we have in Beaufort County, and something that we don't take for granted. And specifically, I mentioned it already, but Pamela Cobb and Mark Johnson, you two, this is not every day do we get to celebrate our projects and our good works, but I really hope you guys look around and celebrate this as a victory, both personally and professionally, and as the county, those needs for tomorrow. So with that, thank you, everyone.
All right. That's tough to follow, though, but anyway, I'll give it a shot. Once again, my name's Terrence Neely. I am the Public Works Director for the City of Rock Hill, and also the current president for the South Carolina chapter of the APWA here in the state. So once again, it's been a fantastic day today for the first Lowcountry, what we call it, Lowcountry Regional Public Works Conference. So give a big round of a hand. Fantastic day. And as we're coming to a close, I want to just be able to extend my sincere thanks to all the hosts. That's Beaufort Regional Civil Engineering Club, the Lowcountry branch of the South Carolina chapter, APWA, Beaufort County Public Works Department, and so yeah, that's, you know, everyone did a great job. I really appreciate it. Your hospitality and efforts organizing this has been outstanding, and so I just want to say I deeply appreciate it. I want to give a special thanks out to all the vendors and partners as well, and I don't know all of them in particular, but I just want to make sure that I give a shout out to all the partners and vendors. Your participation is crucial, not only in sharing the latest industry innovations, but in fostering the partnership that helps Public Works thrive each and every day. The American Public Works Association exists to serve public works professionals through education, advocacy, and the creation of strong network. Our South Carolina chapter continues to unfold this mission, ensuring that our profession stays at the cutting edge of innovation and service. Even like some of the critical and crucial things that we do each and every day, this type of setting helps us to learn from each other, and that's the main goal of this organization, is to just learn from each other and keep growing our professional in engineering, construction, environmental, all the disciplines. This is what APWA, this is what Public Works is all about. One thing I like to say is that I joined the APWA back in 1996, so I can't remember, 96, 97, one of those years. And not to say how old I am, but anyway, I've been with this organization for a long time. And when I joined because that was my first position as a public works director. And I was just coming from the whole technical side of things. I've been working with engineering companies and municipal organizations as well. And so APWA was the only organization that allowed me to really understand what my role is as a public works director. And they had all the resources available for me to tap into, whether it was training, whether it was books and presentations, things of that sort. So my thing is, for all of you, I know we're all got our own area of expertise, but APWA really helps, it brings us all together and helps us understand how we all need each other and to do our job great. An engineer can't be good at their job without having a good contractor on the other end to build it correctly. The design is great, but you still got to be able to build and put it in the ground and make it work. So my only thing is, I just want to say that these opportunities like this to just come together, network, take advantage of it, because it helps. It helps you understand all is out there to help you do your job better. And I can't say that, by coming here today and being able to participate in this program, this is fantastic. This is what I like to see. This is what APWA is all about, and it's all about partnerships and allowing us to grow with each other and to build a better community for us all. So once again, hats off to everybody in making this a go. And yes, I just want to say thank you, and I hope everyone gets to drive home safely, and if you're spending the night, then do that, because it might be safer to head out tomorrow morning or something like that. So, but anyway, thank you all, and this has been a wonderful time to hang out and be part of the team of APWA. Thank you.
All right, folks. Well, that's it. That's all we have. Thank you all for coming again, and thank you to our sponsors and vendors, and good night.